Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to call our meeting to order and get started. So first order of business is to call this meeting to order. This is the Monday, December 7th, 2020 meeting of the Flagler County Commission. And we'll start our meeting with the pledge to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And as we get started with our moment of silence, as we do at every meeting, we want to take time to think about and remember the great men and women of our United States military that keep us safe both here and abroad. All of our local law enforcement officers, the men and women of the Sheriff's Department, and all our local law enforcement departments, and of course our first responders here in Flagler County that keep us safe. And in recognition of today being December 7th, the 69th? No, what is it? Let me see my math. Is that right? I had it this morning, I apologize. But of course, it's the anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor in December 7th, 1941. So in honor of that, I've asked Commissioner Hanson if he would read a special prayer in remembrance.
Dear God, not everything that happens in our world reflects your goodness and grace. You have given us freedom to choose. And with that freedom, sometimes we choose to do evil. Today, as we remember a time of great evil in our world, as we remember World War II and Pearl Harbor, we also remember those who stood their ground against great evil, those who fought here at home and on the battlefronts to ensure that evil would not prevail. We thank you that in the hour of need, you gave men and women the strength and the resolve to stand, whatever the cost. May those brave souls who still remain here with us feel today your hand of favor and strength. In their twilight years here with us, give them, an awareness of our gratitude for their bravery and sacrifice. May we never forget them, and may you honor them according to the grace you gave in those days, and according to their response to that grace, then and now. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Next order of business is additions, deletions, and modifications to the agenda. And it looks like we have 2 additions and 1 deletion. The first addition is, we'll call that addition 4A, and that's a recognition of Detective Austin Rodriguez, and we'll talk about that in a second. So we'd like to add that to the agenda, Commissioners. And then also, we have a general business item, which is 8B. This is a quasi-judicial matter. It's application 3233, and it's a request for a final plat approval and acceptance of a performance bond and a maintenance bond for Plantation Bay Section 2 AEF Unit 13, and the rest of the legal description is there. And then we also have a deletion of a presentation regarding the Flagler County Fire Academy Best Practices Award from the Association of Counties, which Commissioner Mullins and I can talk about that during comments, I guess. So that's what we need to get done in terms of modification of the agenda, and I would entertain a motion to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we add item 4A, recognition of Austin Rodriguez.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we add item 8B. It's number 3233 regarding Plantation Bay.
You have a second on that?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Dance. First motion of the of the term. Good for you. All right, we'll call the question on that. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and
Mr. Chairman, I move that we delete item 4A, subparagraph 4. Flagler County Fire Academy receives Florida Association of Counties Best Practices Award.
Second.
Got a motion and a second on that. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, so we have an adjustment to the agenda. Item 3 on the agenda is announcements by the chair. So we have some announcements of upcoming meetings and workshops. We have a workshop and a special meeting scheduled for today, Monday, the 7th of December at 1 p.m., and that basically is to discuss the assignments for this board for various committees and organizations that we have responsibility to represent the county on throughout the year. So we'll be discussing that at 1 o'clock today at our workshop. The next regularly scheduled meeting of this commission is December the 14th at 5 p.m. And I don't think we have any other announcements, so that would take care of that. And we'll move right into item 4, which is recognitions, proclamations, and presentations. And first on the list is recognition of emergency management planners, Neil and Joseph and Leah Tarden. I always get your last name, Leah, and I apologize about that. So we'll leave that to our emergency manager, Mr. Jonathan Lord. Good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. We put this on the agenda because 2 of my staff, I have a very small staff, I only have 4 staff plus myself. And one of them positions is actually currently vacant, she'll be filled next week with a new employee. But 2 of my staff, 2 of my planners, Leah and Neelan, received their Florida Associate Emergency Manager certification through the Florida Emergency Preparedness Association, which is a statewide association for emergency managers in the private sector as well as the public sector. And I'm extremely proud of them. It's not just something you apply and get. The whole process becoming certified validates years of service along with certain education criteria, as well as contributions to the field of emergency management, not just here locally, but contributions throughout the entire state. Both of them have served on statewide committees to help further our profession, help better protect the citizens of Florida. So I'm super proud of them both, and it is my goal that my entire team eventually gets certified and that we work towards accreditation of our program as well in the very near future.
Thank you, Jonathan. Would you guys like to say anything?
You can introduce yourself.
Please.
Morning, my name is Neil and Joseph. I've been with the county for going on 3 years now. Jonathan has helped guide us to get this certification. It's a very proud moment for both of us.
Thank you, sir.
Leah Tardanico, emergency management planner. I've been with the county almost 2.5 years and echoing Neelan's sentiments.
Leah, I have one question for you. Did you get to run in the Boston Marathon?
It is postponed again.
It was. Okay, that's right. Okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Jonathan, did you also know that Neelan's certified as a short order cook on Friday? I witnessed it.
I heard very good reports about
Hey,
that.
very good reports, and I witnessed it. So,
Well, we're proud of you all. Would you mind taking a photo with us? I think BP would like to do that since I see him kneeling there.
he's hovering.
Yes. Let's get everybody in there. I don't know. It's okay. Okay. Everybody smile. Yeah.
Guys, y'all have done an incredible job.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, next up, we have our airport director, Roy Seeger. And for those of us that were at the Veterans Day services that we did jointly with the city of Palm Coast, which was a very nice event. We did that, and our airport director was recognized. And is he here? I guess, are you going to take this, Mr. Cameron?
Yeah, I had thought that Roy would be here, not really prepared to take it, but I will tell you that It's a significant award, and Roy is recognized throughout our area as being a simplified Marine and the epitome of what a Marine stands for, and he was recognized for that at the ceremony here this past Veterans Day. So congratulations to Roy.
Okay, thank you, sir. Then we also have a recognition of our tourism marketing media manager, Candy Breckenridge, and she received an award, is it ETSY or ETSY award? And I'm sure you're going to tell us that, for a website design, so.
Thank you. Good
Morning,
morning, Amy Lukasik, Tourism Director. Yes, it's Etsy, you're correct. And I'm here with Candy Breckenridge, who is the Tourism Marketing Media Manager. And recently, she was finally recognized in the industry for all her hard work that she put into our new website, which launched the beginning of 2019. So we've had a good almost 2 years with it and lots of success. So the creative team was gracious enough to put together a 1-minute video that showcases some of the main features and functions of the website. So I'll let Jared cue that up. There should be sound too. And I'd just like to say for the record, Simple View is our website developer. That is our partner that Candy works with on an ongoing basis. They meet monthly to, go over the website, the search words, keywords that people are using, and constantly updating it to keep us high in the Google ranks. Also, what's been successful and we're looking forward to using more is we have the ability to use the microsites, which is, you saw there for weddings. We used it for Pledge to Prevent, and then we'll use it for economic development as well going forward. And I also would like to mention that late last week, we were notified that we received another industry award, an honorable mention for web creativity and digital communication. So great job, Candy. We're very lucky to have her.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Candy. All right. Yes, Commissioner.
I just wanted to mention that Candy's done a fantastic job for the tourism effort here in Flagler, and just fantastic. She's well beyond what you'd expect here locally and what she's able to do. And this is the only time I can mention it, that on Friday night in Flagler Beach, they opened up the Starry Nights Christmas celebration of lights. And I have to, in case anybody hasn't seen it, our tourism office headed the effort to put the lights on the pier. And it's a beautiful thing to see at night. Maybe there'll be more information about that later, how it was done. But the tourism office was in charge of that. And if you haven't seen it yet, at night down at the pier, the stars along the whole length of the pier, both sides, are just fantastic. It was all done basically locally in coordination with the city of Flagler Beach. So it's another great thing that the tourism office was part of.
And Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it the first time the pier's ever been lit?
I believe so. They actually had to add some power on the pier in order to pull it off. So if you haven't seen it, make sure you get by and see the pier lit up. You'll be really amazed at what was done there.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. All right, we don't have any proclamations scheduled for today. Next item on the agenda is item 4C, which are... Oh, I apologize. Yes, thank you, Commissioner. We did have the additional recognition item of recognizing Detective Austin Rodriguez as the Crime Stoppers Flagler County Officer of the Year. And I know that's very important work that gets done in our community and through lots of communities in Florida. So, Sheriff, did you want to talk about, present this? Oh, I apologize. Yes. Okay. Got it. Morning.
Morning. My name is Steve Barris. I'm the president for the Northeast Florida chapter, which includes Volusia, Flagler, Putnam, and St. Johns County.
Yes, sir.
Not only do we support all law enforcement throughout all the counties, but every year we recognize one particular individual, one officer. Unfortunately, this year we weren't allowed to have our banquet, which we bring all the nominees and all the attendees in. But Commander Jennifer Taylor submitted the name for Detective Rodriguez. Come on up here. Come on. 6 feet. There you go. So just a couple of his accomplishments. He's assigned to the Major Case Unit. During that time, he worked several home invasions. One involved 2 teenagers and an 11-year-old girl. He managed to solve that crime. In addition to that, he was able to identify a female that was involved in a crime in 2018 where the victim was shot and left disabled. He worked another home invasion, which he managed to solve. Some of the words that his supervisor uses: knowledgeable on identifying the suspects in Flagler County, always thinking outside the box, always willing to help other officers, deputies, investigators, and supervisors no matter what it takes. And he's very knowledgeable in laws. In addition to that, he never lets go. He's continually trying to strive and better himself. And I also understand that he is #1 on the corporal's list, which just a little shameless plug there for you. But we'll do that.
No pressure.
So, so on behalf of Crime Stoppers of Northeast Florida, I'd like to present this to you for being the Officer of the Year for 2020.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much.
And now, in addition to the distinction of having the award given to him, Crime Stoppers of Northeast Florida also partners up with Florida Gun Exchange, and they give out an award every year. And this year, it's a Glock 9mm law enforcement pistol. Wow. So what you do is you take this in, and you'll have it engraved, and you'll be able to display that or use it however you see fit.
That's incredible, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Would you like to say something, Detective?
Sure. Even though this award is presented to an individual, I would be remiss to not recognize the leadership of Sheriff Staley as well as the entire Major Case Unit that I work with. Everything that we do is usually a group effort. So the supervisors, Sergeant Miller and Corporal Haristokopoulos, have been integral in everything that we do. So I humbly accept this, but I certainly want to recognize this, that I'm accepting it on behalf of my entire team, many of which are here today. So I just specifically want to thank them for all the support and the teamwork that we do on a daily basis. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Detective. Sheriff?
Thank you, sir.
Well, Augie is just a fine example of the caliber of the men and women that we have serving this community, and he's extremely deserving of this award. I used to chair the awards committee for Crime Stoppers, and I'm past president, and I can tell you it's extremely difficult to select only one from all the great nominees. So
Yes, sir.
he does a great job. You're going to be hearing more I'm going to make a prediction. Before the end of the year, you're going to hear more about some of the cases that Augie has done, and you'll see it'll be a great example of exactly why he was selected. So, Commissioners, would you mind if we take a photo with you guys?
We would love that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Augie.
Augie, would you like to come up here with us? Well, we have the other Crime Stoppers folks too, so.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Hey, Steve. Let's do it this way. We'll get everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, it looks like next on the agenda, we'll move to item 4C, and that will be presentations, and we have our Emergency Management, COVID, and CARES Act funds update from Jonathan Lord.
Morning again, gentlemen. Looks like I cleared out the room for this one. Sheesh, I might be offended. All right, so the good news is our record-setting hurricane season has ended. We ended with Iota. It was the 28th, 29th named storm, so that's definitely a record that we can look in our rearview mirror and not have to hopefully think about. There's nothing in the tropics right now. It doesn't mean we let our guard down because, as I've shared in the past, hurricanes can happen outside of the season. They don't necessarily follow the rules, as this year was very evident. But at this point in time, as of this morning, there was nothing sitting out there that was any threat to us. On the coronavirus front, I want to first take this opportunity to acknowledge the immeasurable amount of time and effort the amazing staff from the Social Services Department, Tourism and Economic Development Office, Clerk's Office, Finance Department, the GIS and website teams, and the emergency management teams have put into the CARES grant programs. There are many staff on these teams that have routinely worked late into the night, given up holidays and weekends, frequently without additional compensation, to try to keep up with both the public's needs and the evolving state requirements. And I kind of wanted to share that today specifically because, as you all know, December 3rd, as I shared, was the last day we could continue to file things with the state of Florida for the CARES program. We did make our deadline. We did fully allocate the full $20 million, so it was actually $20,080,747 to be precise. We did fully encumber or expend those funds by the state's deadlines. So that's a very good sign. That's a lot of money to encumber and find a home for in that very short period of time that the state gave us to perform. In summary, for those programs, our business grant program ended up having allocated to itself $4.775 million. $4.3 million has already been paid out. Another, just over $400,000 is pending state funds. We're in that phase now where the state gives us the funds and then we can reimburse the awardees. So $430,000 to be precise is waiting on that. Our individual assistance program, $4.375 million, which is over 4,400 households, has been assisted. $1.9 million has been paid out. $1.3 million is currently with the clerk, and we have the funds for that, and the clerk's going through their review process before those funds can be paid out. And another $1.060 million is pending state funds that we'll get later this month to close out that program. $7.9 million have reimbursed EMS, fire, emergency management, law enforcement salaries in the cities as well as at the county level, and another over $3 million has reimbursed the cities and the county for other COVID-related expenses, and that totals up to about your $20 million right there. So it's been a lot of hard work in a very short period of time with so many players involved, and I just cannot give all those players enough credit for making this happen in such a short period of time. On the virus front, unfortunately, we're at over 1 million cases of COVID-19 here in Florida across all ages. Unfortunately, again, over 19,000 deaths. Here in Flagler County, we have 2,889 positive cases as of last night. 5% have been in long-term care facilities. 199 have been hospitalized, which is about 7%. Those percentage figures actually have been dropping because the majority of the cases we're seeing now aren't resulting in hospitalizations, aren't resulting in deaths. It doesn't mean we're not having them, and we still have to be very aware of them, but the overwhelming majority now are folks in the general public that are getting it, and luckily, knock on wood, are getting over it, but they're also spreading it more readily too, which is the unfortunate part. And 45 residents have passed away in our community. Recently, our trend of percent of new positive cases I've been talking about has been relatively flat. We're starting to dip again a little bit, but I don't want to focus too much on that because every time I tell you we dip, the next time I come back here, we're back up again. So we're kind of relatively flat. Our overall case rate per 100,000 remains at the bottom of the list of all Florida counties. Again, not great when you look at the world, but for Florida, we're doing darn good. And that's a true testament to our community doing the right thing. As you have seen, our state and nation are experiencing rapid growth in the number of new cases on a daily basis. This is definitely not a good sign for the holiday season that we're currently in. However, there has been some good news on the vaccination front. Your emergency management team has been working very closely with the state and local partners to be ready for the arrival and distribution of vaccines over the coming months. It is very, very likely that hospital-based healthcare workers will have access to vaccines by the end of this month, maybe as early as next week. It is, as long as the FDA signs off on the first vaccine, it's supposed to go to healthcare workers in hospitals, again, as early as maybe next Monday, hitting the street and being shipped to those kinds of facilities. After that, there'll be broader access for other healthcare workers, nursing home and assisted living residents, and then first responders, and so on. And then those 65 and older with underlying conditions, those 65 and older, and then the general public over the next month. We'll probably start seeing that in January into early February. As we know more, we will broadly share that information. Again, a lot of it we're just positing on based on the process that's happening up at the federal level and the CDC's approval and the FDA's approval. But we seem quite comfortable with the states, quite comfortable that we'll see stuff in the coming weeks to those initial healthcare workers. What we will be doing for the public, the good thing on this side of things with vaccines, that's a little bit different than how the testing rolled out at the very beginning is. There are many more private sector partners involved, like the huge pharmacy chains that will help get the vaccines out to the public. But we're also working with the health department to make sure we're ready in the same way we're doing a primary vaccine testing site that we were originally at Daytona State College. Now we're doing it at Cattleman's. That will do a similar kind of thing, probably at Cattleman's, as well as smaller sites with the health department early into the new year when the vaccine is readily available. So you'll see us start doing things like that as we head that way. As it will take time for the vaccine to make it through our community, our continued vigilance and unified messaging on the hand washing, social distancing, and face mask usage remains critical to keeping us at that bottom rate for all of the counties. I think it's something we can be proud of, and I think we can make it through the holiday season as well as keep our economy rolling here in our community if we can just keep doing those simple things. So thank you. Any questions?
I think Commissioner was chimed in first.
Jonathan, back on the CARES Act. Now that we've got it all identified, will the people that and groups that are going to receive the money, will they get it by the end of December?
That is the intent, yes. So again, I say that's the intent. It doesn't mean the state won't send us our money in January.
Right.
They're not supposed to. They're supposed to fully, I say supposed to, because we have no control over what the state does. They're supposed to fully send it to us by December 30th, and then we can authorize the clerk to go ahead and distribute those funds as they come in. So theoretically, yes, December 30th, unless the state gets some blessing from the federal government to take their time and delay it, and then they may take their time, and then we may go into January. But anything going out at this time, we are truly reliant on the state sending us those funds.
Might be a good Christmas present for a lot of people.
It would be great. It would also be great to see this program fully spent out, especially if the HEROES Act or something similar does pass and there's another round of funding. It's much easier to deal with one round of federal funding with one set of rules, even though they keep changing at a time, than overlapping programs.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, just a question on the vaccine. How are we going to determine like myself, the older generation people, are they going to have to ask for the vaccine, or are you going to create lists? Because there will be some priorities involved in all that.
Correct.
Is there a plan now to how will you do that?
Because a lot of that will be dictated by the federal government as well as the State Department of Health. But in general, it will have, if it's open to the public, so once we get past the nursing facilities and stuff like that, and we're starting to do the public vaccinations, most likely, and again, I'm saying most likely because we don't know what the feds are going to tell us how to do it, but most likely it'll be, if you are 65 and older, have these underlying conditions, you may come to these following sites. And once you come to those sites, you'll have to document and prove that you're 65 and older, and that you have
Okay,
that.
you understand my point is that it'll be up to the individuals over 65.
Correct. Yeah, there's
Take the
no
action.
mandate. There's no mandate for the vaccine. I don't believe there would be one in Florida. Some states may. Doesn't look like there'll be a federal mandate. So people will be expected to self-identify and come to those sites. We will do a massive marketing campaign to make sure everybody and anybody that may qualify at that particular phase is aware that it's available to them. And for those who cannot leave their homes because they're homebound on a regular basis, especially those that are on our special needs registry, we will find ways to get to them as well.
Jonathan?
Okay, I still see some problems there with people who just seem never to get the word, and yet they probably need to get the vaccine.
we-
Anyway, you'll work it, I guess.
Yes, sir. And I know we'll use every tool at our disposal, including our emergency notification system and all of that.
Jonathan, a couple of things. Are we still online for the supercooling resource that will give us better access than most counties?
Yeah, so we've offered up the state, so I think a lot of you have seen on the news, is one of the vaccines needs to be kept at a super cold temperature. We actually have, in a private facility in our county, one of those freezers available. So we have told the state that we are willing, if they are willing to let us have it, we're willing to store it and work with the health department to get that vaccine sooner versus later. They may or may not take us up on that because they may want it in a more controlled hospital-type environment, but we are a unique community that we have access to something like that.
The other thing, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just reemphasize that the incredible job of getting this $20 million fully into our community. Many counties were unable to do that, and our community has benefited tremendously by having a team that was determined to meet that goal. So I think it deserves just a second comment on the incredible job that they did.
Yep, and actually, one of the reasons the state has shared unofficially that the December 3rd date cutoff came is because in many counties, of the smaller counties, the ones like us that are the 52 smallest counties, could not even start spending their money. So the state was very nervous and wanted to pull the funds back and have greater control over the funds than they initially needed to. I wish they wouldn't paint us all with the same brush, but unfortunately, they sort of do.
Great. Jonathan, just to follow up on that, I was at the Northeast Region meeting last Thursday, and a couple of the counties there that are roughly our size or maybe a little smaller, maybe a little bigger, I mean, they're talking about they were lucky to get out in the hundreds of thousands of dollars total on there so far. I mean, and so, again, I mean, just absolute comparison, there's no comparison.
And I know we could not make everybody happy, and it would just, please be aware that the teams that I mentioned earlier, they all, and myself included, we all tried our best with the set of rules we were given. And we know there's members of the public that we could not necessarily meet their needs in the way they wanted it. And unfortunately, I don't want to say that's life. We did try our best to meet everybody's needs.
I do want to add one thing as well. There are counties in this country that did not put this money out to the public like we did. They brought it in and kept it for themselves, because I've had a lot of people in other areas reach out to me and tell me that they did not see that kind of funding done in their county and asked me if it was across the board. So you guys got real creative and thought outside the box, and it was a great way to put it in our economy. That's the key to making this bounce back quicker.
And then just one last thing, for me, anecdotally, we know that this time of year, there is a ton of visitors into our community. You could feel it, you could see it. I saw it during Thanksgiving, and I think that's going to be the case. I know we might not see Canadian snowbirds come down here, but I still think there's a lot of folks coming into the community this time of year, especially during the holidays. Is there money left over where you could reinvigorate the communications, some of the messages that you've done, or just make sure you're emphasizing them? Because I think the basics of the mask wearing and said from a person not wearing his mask right this second, but mask wearing and, washing hands and the social distancing whenever possible, and reinforcing that with our merchants and, business community, I think would be good this time of year.
Yeah, no, yeah, we'll definitely do that. We've been doing that through, Emergency Management has its own social media, but we're working with Julie. Julie's been, and her team have been reiterating that same message. A lot of our municipalities are modifying what we put out and customizing for themselves. I know our sheriff's office, who has a huge following, is sharing some of those same messages. We'll double down. We doubled down a little bit a couple weeks ago with the approach of Thanksgiving. And again, we'll do the same kind of thing. The good thing is the CDC and the federal government are creating some very good social media graphics related to holidays and stuff like that. So I don't believe in reinventing the wheel. If someone else already has something, you can just take it and customize it. So you'll see a lot more of us on that, and we'll do some press releases again as the holidays come. Just to reiterate, it's going to be a little different this year. It doesn't mean you can't have your holidays, but it just means the 3 simple little things you can do, and we can help limit this spread.
Mr. Chairman, you're going to get to see later on in my reports is just how creative our folks can be in accomplishing just what you ask about.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, well, thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, next on our agenda is item 5, which is our community outreach portion of the agenda. And again, I'll read this. At this time, the board will hear public comment on matters that are not on the regular agenda. Regular agenda items will have their own public comment period. As we always do, any person wishing to address the board should come to the podium and state his or her name and address. Each person will be provided 3 minutes to speak and shall comply with the board's rules of decorum. Comments should be addressed to the chair for the board as a whole and not to any individual commissioner, and the speaker may not expect or include or demand an immediate response from the board. No person may address the board with personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or boisterous behavior. Members of the audience should refrain from any demonstration of approval or disapproval of any comments. Finally, I would ask that any speaker that presents any materials, including overhead materials, to please present those materials to the clerk of court so they could be entered into our public record. So with that, I'll declare community outreach open, and please come forward. Everybody's being nice to us today. Well, that's kind of odd, but okay. Seeing no one approach the podium, we'll close the community outreach portion of our agenda and move on to our consent agenda, which is the items in number 6 and number 7. And we'll start with you, Commissioner Dance. Any items to pull from the consent agenda?
Yes, Chair. If you could pull consent 6A, number 2, the disbursement report ending November 13th. I have a disclosure for that, and I'll have to abstain.
Yes, sir. Okay, we got that. Commissioner Hanson?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
have
sir.
one, item 7L. I'd like to hear a little bit more on that. I think it's of interest to us all.
Okay. And I have none to pull from the agenda, so I'll entertain a motion on this.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 6A, subparagraph 2, and item 7L.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. So our consent agenda item with the 2 accepted items passes unanimously, and we'll move to item 6A, number 2. Commissioner Dance?
I just need to announce for transparency purposes that I have an immediate relative receiving a disbursement on that report, so I'll fill out the appropriate paperwork and abstain.
Okay. All right. I'll entertain a motion on that item.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure how to make the motion. I move that we approve item 6A, subparagraph 2, noting that Mr. Dance is abstaining.
Second.
All right, I guess we need to open that for public comment. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment. Call a question. All those in favor of item 6A2, the motion from Commissioner Hanson, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, with Mr. Dance
Abstaining.
noted as abstained. That motion passes 4-0 with the abstention. And then we have item 7L, and Commissioner Sullivan, you asked to pull that?
Yes, and Mr. Mengel is here. He'll be honchoing this effort. I think it's of interest to us all. It's in this resiliency effort going on in our connection to the Northeast Region Council that we're involved with. So I just wanted to kind of get a little understanding of what's going on with this contract.
We had, good morning, Commissioners. Adam Engel, Growth Management Director. We had a grant item that came up on our agenda back on September 9th, and this is a related item for that. The Regional Council is our subcontractor for this Florida Resilient Coastlines Program through FDEP. And what the objective is with this is coordinated efforts on perils of flood and also sea level rise and overall resiliency. It does have definitely a coastline focus to it, but we also have areas of the west side that are subject to these surge factors when we have storms come in. And so it's something that, what does this do that we couldn't do otherwise? This brings in the Regional Council, acting as the coordinator, brings all the local governments together. We've had some very good activity from the local governments. We've now completed our first task, several meetings, coordination, draft plan for us to move forward. We're now well into task 2. We have a meeting with the planners coming up this week via Zoom. And then task 3, task 4 coming up, more coordinated planning, draft documents that will come out for those of us who haven't amended our comprehensive plans to include these what's called peril of flood amendments. We'll have those coming out of this, all the grant work to be completed by the end of April. This is that, mainly that contract piece that Regional Council came back and said, you know, for the financial side of this, we really want to have a contract here between us. But they've been identified as our subcontractor with this back to September 9th when we first accepted these funds. Any other questions, I'll be happy to help out.
Good. That's, I just kind of wanted to make sure we were all aware that this was going on.
Yeah, so just to make sure I understand, does this help us? Does this tie into what Ms. Acquity is doing on beach planning, does it tie into that? Does it help us?
It does, and it should help us also with future steps with DEP. And so this effort really brings some attention to what we're already doing, but also then pulls in the municipalities where we hadn't had them involved before. And specifically, Marineland Beverly Beach helps them significantly with their work. Flagler Beach has already basically done most of this work, and we're relying on what the Regional Council had done with them, but this time we're all tying in together. And so it should have some very good benefits, not only in the short term for us on the planning side, but also for future funding, future efforts related to really resiliency, hardening. It should dovetail in very well with everything we're doing with the Corps and with DEP.
So how are you going to include DEP into this?
They are, for this, they're the funding entity, and so that we do have specific objectives. We have to reach within the grant to be able to meet their requirements to keep us funded. And so their activity right now is probably safe to say oversight. The submittal that we gave to them had some specific tasks, deliverables that we wanted to achieve, and their oversight of this gets us the money.
Well, their interaction with us they are primarily the roadblock to almost anything we want to do. So I would hope that, especially in the area of hardening the beach, that we can make some headway with DEP, because they say no to every request we have for hardening the beach. They say no. We've had a couple successes because the Corps of Engineers weighed in and helped us. But yeah, so if you can get DEP to kind of start thinking that there's got to be some hardening out there, or we just can't keep putting sand. We just can't keep doing that.
If this becomes our plan, and it's all of our plan, it's collectively the county's plan with all of us involved in it, I think that that'll be a formidable force for us to.
Yeah, I think it's good if we can get the whole Northeast sector involved. That'd be excellent, because we all have the same problem.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Dance?
Thank you. Just clarify something I think I heard you say. Is the state making us adopt or amend the comp plan to add this language? And
Yeah, that's about a year, maybe a year and a half ago, the peril of flood amendment requirement was adopted by the legislature. And so these are known as peril of flood amendments. And we have to complete them, Beverly Beach and Marineland have to. And so it was it was a good option for us to work together to do that because these floods know no boundaries. And so it's good for us to work together with this. Regional Council has some good experience working with this throughout the Northeast Florida region.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mullins?
No, I want to say, being a member of that council has been very beneficial. And Adam, whenever entities, businesses, or groups come together and communicate and work collaboratively, as we're seeing with the cities here as well, great things happen. So, and we can learn from their mistakes, other areas' mistakes, or we can learn from their positive things they've done. So I just want to say, put that in there, and thank you for making sure that goes ahead. Thank you.
Okay,
Move to approve item 7L.
we have a motion and a second. Just open it for public comment. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing no one come forward, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approval of item 7L, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. That motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to general business. And first item on general business is item 8A, and that's a discussion of our new Sheriff's Operations Center. And I'm going to assume who's going to kick off this discussion. Ms. Holly.
Good morning. I'm Holly Durrance, Purchasing Manager for Flagler County. We're here today to speak about the Sheriff's District 3 Administration and Operations Center, which will be located at the corner of Commerce Parkway within the county complex. The Sheriff's Department has been operating throughout many decentralized locations throughout Flagler County ever since the old Operations Center was vacated in May of 2018. Knowing that the displacement of the Sheriff's staff could not be a permanent fix, a decision was made to build a new operations center, which would be large enough to support both the current and future needs of the county. Although this endeavor was met with challenges, multiple advances were made throughout 2020 to ensure the successful completion of this project. Perhaps the most important of these decisions were the formal selection of both the architect and construction manager at-risk firms, which were hand-selected by county staff through formal procurement. As proven industry leaders in public safety, design, and construction, Architects Design Group, ADG, and Ajax Building Corporation, Ajax, have successfully been working together to not only complete the project on time, but to build a fully functional facility that will be used for many years to come. Sheriff Staley and both of these firms, ADG and Ajax, are here today to present the collaboration, status, and overall progress of the project to this point. And with that, I will ask Sheriff Staley to come up.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Sheriff Rick Staley. I guess, oh, I'm running it? Okay. So this is the first test. I failed, apparently. There we go. Just to kind of, I know that four of the commissioners have been here through the whole time. I know that Commissioner Dance is new, so I'm going to do a short, very brief history so everybody will remember. As Holly said, we vacated the Sheriff's Operations Center on May 29, 2018. A space needs assessment was done on August 30th, 2019. Then the advertisements went out November 1st, 2019. Project awarded to ADG for architectural, January 27, 2020. And then a contract notice to proceed with ADG on July 16, 2020. Schematic design submission was done on October 16, 2020, and the cost estimate was done on November 5th, and here we are today. Just real quickly, let me just tell you the current situation that we're in. What's once was centralized and now located in 4 locations on multiple floors were commingled within other constitutional and county operations. For example, purchasing supplies now located in jail administration building, Our training section is now located in Jail Administration Building. Our CSI evidence is located in a temporary facility on Justice Lane. Investigative Services, Office of the Sheriff, Human Resources, Victim Advocates are located in 2 buildings on multiple floors here at the GSB complex. The first and second and third floors of the courthouse are commingled employees among state attorney, judges, and clerk of the court offices. First floor of the GSB building at the tax collector's office is our record section. In the third floor of the GSA building in the county administration offices is HR. So you can see we are very spread out and decentralized, which brings its own problems when you could try to manage 320 employees and a $30 million budget. I'll just give you a couple quick photos. This is our purchasing section. And if the door was open in the back that you see there, you'll see it's crammed full of supplies for the sheriff's office. To your left, what looks like a long hallway. It's actually a closet that now holds our digital forensics capabilities. And then you can see how our investigators are working. So those are the current kind of conditions. And I'm just kind of giving you a 50,000 quick view because I know that everyone except for maybe Commissioner Dance was aware of the situation. So I would like to turn it over to Architects Design Group and let them continue with the presentation.
Susan Gant, Senior Vice President, Architects Design Group, Winter Park, Florida. And with me is my colleague, Sammy Gerber.
Hi, Sammy Gerber with Architects Design Group, Project Manager.
Okay, so when we interviewed for the project, we were awarded based upon experience. We have done more than 350 public safety projects throughout the country, approximately 50 with a CMAR process where we're working together, design, we check the cost, we go back and design, we check the cost to try to make sure we're controlling costs. What does that mean to you? We understand law enforcement standards, so what we do understand is that law enforcement facilities are not a typical office building, they're not a residence, they're not commercial. They need a certain amount of hardening, certain amount of security. They have a relationship with the public that should be welcoming, but also safe for staff. So we bring that to the design of this facility. Okay. This slide, in addition to just being a seeing eye test, is just to present the magnitude of our experience in 38 of the 50 states at this point. Many of these are either separate police or sheriff's facilities or co-located with fire administration, et cetera. We also specialize in EOCs and communication centers, so it's the full gamut of public safety. And in Florida in particular, we have experience here with your adjoining county, St. Johns County, the Sheriff South Command Center. We've completed the Orlando Police Department, Boynton Beach Police, Highlands County Sheriff, et cetera, et cetera. Just want to set that. Okay, so when we came into the project, there had been a study that identified 81,000 square feet needed for sheriff's operations. And as you know, there are a number of things that make up operations. When we looked at that and realized that and the budget were not necessarily going to align, we worked with the sheriff to bring that to around 50,000, it's 51,000 square feet right now. And in addition to that, we would like to bring in the purchasing and logistics functions onto this site, but we again recognize there's pressure on the budget. So that's been identified as a separate facility, partly because that doesn't need to be in the same level of hardening for storms as the main building needs to be. So that translates into a less expensive structure. So we identified that separately. And then also identified that there will be pressure, mostly based on population growth, there will be pressure on the program for future expansion, mostly in investigations, but in other areas too. So this is the general location map, and what it shows is that it makes sense from a logistics standpoint, operational standpoint, because it's near other county functions. The site is large enough for this operation. And that's not just the building, of course, that's a substantial amount of parking that's required for fleet, et cetera. So the site is a good choice for that. In addition, it affords the opportunity to have at least 2 entry points. We always want to have 2 entry points and exit points for secure side and at least 1 entry point for public. So it lends itself to being able to do that. And so I'm going to have Sammy explain where we are in the design, and this design was used for Ajax to give us a price. And Ajax will step up and explain that to you in just a minute.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Morning. Again, Sammy with Architects Design Group from Winter Park. So this is the current site plan you see here. In the center, you have the sheriff's office, and I'd like to identify the future Commerce Parkway that's running on the east side of the property, and that is not currently constructed, and the site is designed to account for that in the future. The building is angled to relate to the corner of the current Commerce Parkway and future Commerce Parkway. It also helps delineate public and secured functions, where the public parking is in the northeast corner and secured parking in the back half of the site. Items number 13 and 14, they kind of like are wing shapes on the sides of the building, are future expansion. As Susan identified, we peeled back the needs from the sheriff for future, and we've identified areas where the building can expand. Items number 15 and 16 are future parking to accommodate that future growth. The purchasing and storage building is an ad alternate, as Susan identified. That's on the northwest corner of the site. And you have the 2 secured entrance points for the sheriff's office, identified as number 4 at both the northwest and southeast corner. And there's a substantial amount of on-site retention to the south, which is going to be very important for the site, considering it's next to wetlands in a very low area. As you see here, this is the current design for the building. The massing is pretty simple in its form, and it's a cost-effective construction to accommodate for the hardening required for a public facility such as this, but articulated enough so that it identifies as a civic presence on the site. The site utilizes SEPTED principles, crime prevention through environmental design, through the use of on-site planters, bollards, and low site walls that opens up the site without being obnoxious, in my opinion. But I think this looks pretty nice. The rear of the building shows the staff entrance for the sheriff's office. And this is another rear shot of the building showing the Sally port on the left side of the screen. And then right adjacent to it would be the vehicle evidence processing. This is another shot of the front of the building with the public plaza, flags, and planters. The first floor of the sheriff's office is separated into different zones, so to speak. I wish I had a mouse pointer here, but the purple area on the right is more public functions and police training, sheriff's training. On the left side, we have the crime scene investigations and evidence storage. And you also see the gray portion on the left is the vehicle sally port to bring people into the secured interview suite. To the northeast, we have patrol and training, and in the center, we have human resources. On the south side, we have records and IT. The second floor is very simple. We have criminal investigations on the north and east side, and we have Office of the Sheriff on the south and west. I'd like to point out that we have made accommodations to connect to those future expansions to the building, utilizing knockout panels within the tilt wall construction to connect to future corridors, etc. I'd also like to point out that we're using a double-loaded corridor on both the first and second floor to optimize the square footage, creating a more efficient use of space. What you see here is the add alternate purchasing and storage building. This is going to be a pre-engineered metal building. So again, it's less cost than doing a full tilt-up construction or incorporating that square footage into a higher square foot or cost per square foot building. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our partner Ajax here.
Sir, Commissioner, did you have a question for him? Yeah.
Yes.
Your diagram shows that the road, part of Commerce Parkway that's not there, is now there. In this budget, in the cost analysis of this, have we paid for this? Are we going to have, is that included in the estimate?
No. The future Commerce Parkway is not currently in the scope for this project.
So that means that the sheriff's deputies will only have one exit and one entrance. That's it,
Correct, for now.
for now. I don't like that. Seems to me for safety, your guys need more than one exit and entrance. Looks good here. If the Commerce Parkway, if you can extend that or just initially put in that much road, then you'd have another exit.
And we did discuss this as a group, and as you heard Susan mention in the beginning, our preference is to have two. And it's designed for that. It's really going to depend on what the budget comes in. We know that we have a budget, limitation. And, I think Lon from Ajax will explain that more. And if there's opportunities, it might not be as, wide as the Commerce Parkway bypass, which is supposed to be designed at some point. But, maybe we can eke out, even if it's just a dirt road, to go back in, or gravel. That's
Sort of
that
where
would
I'm
be a
heading
start.
is, I think maybe we need to figure out how to include something
Okay.
in this budget. Secondly, the purchasing and storage building, is that in the budget?
No, sir, it's not. It is an ad alternative. And let me explain what that storage is. So purchasing section, you see that's uniforms, those kind of things. But then you see a big bay area. Currently, we are leasing a hangar at the airport for our specialty vehicles. And so that big bay area would replace the use of the hangar, and then the airport could use that to rent out, to lease out to somebody that needs a hangar that has runway access
So
in there.
at what point will we see, or what point you're going to put in the budget to build that building?
Again, from the discussions I've had with your county administrator, it really is going to depend on what kind of pricing comes in. And if we can get it under the budget cap that you're going to be asked for, then we will include it during this construction. We have asked Ajax to site plan and build the entire site to accommodate that. Whether Ajax builds the metal building or not would be depending on other other bids that would come in.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner?
Just, is that exit 4 off of the, the current Commerce Parkway, that is in the plan now? Yes. Okay, so that's how
Correct.
you get 2 right now. Okay.
And before we leave this, Commissioner,
That's not right.
Well,
That secondary exit is not in the plan. It's
so
not
one-
in the plan.
Number
talking
4.
about up top here.
Well, that's the only way in and out.
There are 2 entrances
there-
shown. Only the northwest entrance would be constructed at the.
That's right. There's only one way in, one way out.
So clarification question for you, Commissioner, is, the future Commerce Parkway is supposed to go from there all the way down to
It
US
is,
1.
right.
So were you talking about just paving this section that
That's it.
abuts this property
Just give them
for
the
right
second
now?
exit. That's it. Yeah.
Still would go out Commerce Parkway to
Yeah, this, in other words,
to
I think,
100,
I think we need to provide this road right here.
just for that section?
Just for that, and end it right there.
I see.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify. Is where number 4 sits, is that in the plan now?
Well, Commissioner, they have to have a way in and out,
Yeah.
Yep,
And then,
so-
at the in the front of the building, there's another exit.
Yes.
but that doesn't get them into the back.
Okay, so,
No, but there are 2 exits. There are 2 exits and entrances.
so,
There's 2 on Commerce Parkway.
let me see if I can help this. So the first one at the corner,
Right.
that's the public entrance and exit, okay, for the public. It doesn't connect to the back parking.
I got you.
And then number 4, where it has Commerce Parkway that's paved now, so it'd be on the north side. That is entrance and exit for the secured parking. The lower right corner, where it also is number 4, currently is designed as extra.
I just wanted to make sure there.
Mr.
total,
Chairman.
there's-
Okay.
right.
Yes, sir.
If I may?
Yes, you are recognized.
Thank you, sir. If we had unlimited resources, we wouldn't be debating these questions.
Right.
We do plan for both the building and the access to the other entryway. We just don't know exactly how we're going to accomplish that at the moment. There are too many moving pieces. There are FDOT possibilities. We need to know exactly at the end of the day, when the whole COVID thing is over, how much public safety money that we are going to actually get back from the state that may be an additional resource. And we are looking at all of those angles. If I had to bet my money today, I'd bet by the time this building is constructed, that we would have something, even if it is a stabilized area, that would represent another entry point for the deputies. We, of course, have a separate entry point for the public off of Commerce Drive. But there are just too many unknowns for us to firm that up, although I am optimistic that we will be able to accomplish that. And we're looking at the cost offsets of what we are paying for the hangar versus what the building will cost, and what the debt service on the building would be in comparison to the money that we're paying for lease at the airport space. Those things are currently being analyzed too. So we can't wait to kick this project off until all of those questions are answered, because we do have a commitment to the clerk of courts. Plus, we have a sheriff, as he pointed out earlier, that is operating in a environment that just is very difficult to have unity of command. And I quite frankly, as a law enforcement professional myself, do not know how he has maintained the efficiencies that he has with that challenge. So I just wanted to be clear that we are cognizant and we're moving forward on these other items.
Thank you, Jerry, and I can answer Jerry's last question. It's because I have a very resilient team that's really dedicated, so I just want to give kudos to to the team that's been delivering the crime reductions.
We'll ask the gentleman from Ajax, you want to do your part?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Lon Newman with Ajax Building Company, Operations Manager. Grateful to be here, grateful to be part of this team. I guess just a little bit, we'll talk about our experience with ADG Architects Design Group. We've worked with them for many years. We have 6 projects with them. We're kind of really grateful to be part of this team. As the sheriff and the owner and the commissioners, y'all have the money and the need. The architects, they have that creative vision on what to do. We like to think we bring that practical experience to let you know what things are going to cost and really looking at what's the best way to build something and how to make sure it's going to be built, and last for a long time. Here's just a little bit of our experience with ADG. So what that really just tells you a little bit is that, the left hand and the right hand, we're talking, we're communicating well. So right when we got on board, we've done this on many projects. So we don't just sit back. We're a very proactive member of the team. And, we really try to get that input early on. We build also like ADG a lot of public safety facilities. So there's just a sample of, not a sample, these are all of our public safety facilities around the state. So hardening and what Sammy and Susan were talking about is this type of facility isn't just exactly an office building. It requires some other intricacies. So as we're doing the cost estimates, we're also working right alongside the designers to make sure that everything we've learned on previous projects are also incorporated into the design so you get the best possible facility. But of course, it all comes down to cost and where we are. So what you see here is I guess I would say a simple five-line summary of our estimated cost, but we didn't. Our cost estimate was over 30 pages long. We really dig in and take off and look at every little item. So we've already, counted the cubic yardage of concrete and steel and the mechanical units. When we did that, we don't really just do this in a vacuum. So then we went over this in detail with ADG and their consultants. And as we were doing that, rather than just saying, here's what it cost, we start going through every line item. So what I would point out is a couple items down there where it says value management reduction of $1.3 million. Those are items that we and the sheriff and ADG going through our estimate saying, okay, these items are included in the estimate. Do we really need these items? And can we produce the same function without that? So we were able to reduce over $1.3 million down to the $19 million number that we currently are right now without reducing any square footage. That's that teamwork approach that rather than just coming in and saying it's X amount, we were able to have that dialogue with the team and say, hey, let's see what we can get down. We knew right away, okay, wait, this is higher than where the budget is. So our job isn't just to produce what costs are, it's to provide information and items and options and to go back and forth. And with that, we looked at some items that mechanical system, for example, hey, we could probably do this a little bit cheaper, but it might not be to the best benefit of the county. We don't want to produce a cheaper mechanical system that's going to cost you money over time. So we went through really all of those items in detail. And that's where we got to where we are today. So understanding the cost estimate a little bit is site and the condition of the project site. That's one of the cost drivers on this. On a project of this size, we would probably expect it would probably be about $1 million, maybe a little over $1 million in site work. This site work is almost $2.4 million. We have some auger cast pile foundations, 3 feet of additional fill. We're in a site that doesn't just allow itself to us come in and start, digging on it right away. So that was one of them. The other one is, cost, the code. The codes are changing. We have to keep up with that. And we do that literally weekly in ours. So in our dialogue with ADG, even though the plans aren't complete, we're going over everything of what the codes are going to comply to make sure that what we're including in this cost is going to be accurate and includes all of those current codes. The market conditions, they continue to change. So some of it is some material shortages with COVID, availability of skilled and non-skilled labor. And so again, we do this a lot, so we're always keeping up with what the market is doing. We want to make sure that what we're representing here today is as close to accurate as to where we will end up once we get the documents completed, bid out, and show up with a final guaranteed maximum price when we get to the end of this process. So some of those conditions are what's doing. Where it says project cost affected by inflation, in our estimate, we project what escalation is going to do. So we have an escalation factor. Do I know exactly what's going to happen in the future? It's impossible, but we take that off historically of again, every week when we price things out. For the last couple of years, the market's been going at about construction cost about 0.5% a month is what things have been increasing. So we have that factor in there, again, wanting to make sure that we have everything done. Man-made and environmental threats have changed, requiring a more secured, reinforced building and site. This really just kind of goes right back to what Susan was talking about before. This isn't just let's plop an office building on the site. We've got some security parameters, some hardening parameters, generators, redundancy, and all of those things have to get factored in. So all of that really is, some of the factors that, that contributed towards where we are today at the cost estimate. Well, clicker's not doing anything else. That must mean I'm at the end of the, so I'll open it up to questions.
I think we had Commissioner Mullins and Commissioner Dance, and then Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, no, I wanted, can we go back to the picture with the road coming in?
Somebody else is in.
That's it right there. That's perfect. So the road we're talking about not building is the future Commerce Parkway. I mean, I want to say this with the construction. We build shopping centers that have 10 times the traffic that the sheriff's office is going to come in phases. And we do them with different entrances. We have to do them with county approval, but they tend to get approved 99% of the time. So I don't really see a problem. I think when you come down to money, I don't see a problem with us having the entrance as long as, Sheriff, you're comfortable with it, because really that whole road is going to be an important factor to push statewide as another project, as something different. But I think as far as this, this general one, if you feel good with it, this isn't uncommon to do this and then piece into something bigger.
So, Commissioner, what I would say to that is what we want to do is make sure that we don't waste any money. So in other words, if we pave a piece of future, what's identified as future Commerce Parkway, that 2 or 3 years from now, whenever the funding becomes available for this Bunnell bypass, as I understand it, we don't want to tear that up. So whether that means you put gravel in temporarily until the full road is built, or if the funding does allow it, and maybe it's just a 2-lane road, but it can be used as part of the 3 or 4 lanes of Commerce Parkway. So that's more in the engineering side. I think our focus was we have limited dollars. We want to make sure that we don't put something in that then has to be torn up and redone. And so ideally, yes, a secondary exit is absolutely perfect. We even looked at how can we move, traverse through and come into the public parking. But by the time we massaged all that, you'd probably be paying more money than just to pay or pave a temporary road.
I think I like what you said with that, if you put for official use only on the road and just had it where you guys went in and out and did gravel, then that could be done. A lot of it's the site work. Site work can run, I don't know what the condition of that land is right through there. So the site work can run quite a bit, and I think you hit it on the head. Let engineering talk about it. And one other thing I wanted to throw in there to reiterate what you're saying with projects, we are seeing a tremendous amount of labor shortage right now. We're seeing a tremendous amount of products not being available because of COVID shutdowns with factory. I mean, just this simple Diet Dr. Pepper can. They shut down the Diet Dr. Pepper factory where they were making the cans, and it was scarce everywhere to get them. So that's the same thing with supplies. We're seeing it in our construction across the board, and somehow, while the country has hit an economic slowdown, construction has not slowed down. It's still going 90 to nothing. So I do know that the cost of stuff is higher right now. So that's not an unexpected. I did expect this conversation to happen when we talked about it a few weeks ago, because I'm having it over and over and over again in my company with different projects that we're looking at. Some of them we even decided to put off because they've gotten in. This is certainly not one we can put off because of the costs. But I do like the idea of that road, like that gravel for official use only or something, and then later come back and do the major.
I think the entire team would agree on the need for that secondary exit. It was huge discussion during our Zoom meetings.
Commissioner Dance?
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree in the part that we don't want to put good money in something that's going to be torn up later. We don't want to do extensive improvements there and then have that extension go through. Is that back parking lot secured?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be, you'd have another set of gates and things to have to add to it as well.
Correct. So the only addition would be, because the fencing's already there, would be a secondary gate that would be added there.
The other question would be to the ADG. If is a traffic study being done? Do we know the impacts to 100 and if a traffic warrant's going to be needed?
We're working with the city of Benel on that. We do have that fee to conduct the traffic study in our contract. So our civil engineer is working to see if we need to get that done. If we do, that's going to start within probably the first or second week of January.
Okay, and that's a cost, that's a question mark as well then?
Right. The
We have to
cost
put a
of the
light at
study,
that
though, has
intersection.
already been authorized by the county if needed. If not needed, we give that back to the county.
Okay.
So we're waiting to see if they feel that this trips that
Right.
requirement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, in reading some of the specifications in the different engineers and landscape architects' specifications and their scope of services, it appears irrigation was left out as a water source under scope of services, and that's something that's typically not let out because we don't have reuse at this site. So I'm not sure why that was left out because that's a needed service.
It is part of our contract also. I apologize if there was not a paragraph on irrigation.
It was excluded specifically in the scope of services, so I just want to make sure it's included. It should have been included.
It's
That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hanson?
I'd like to speak to the design of the air conditioning and air moving system. We don't want any mold.
Sure. Yes, Commissioner.
So has that been taken into consideration?
Yes, high efficiency. We've also got components within that system that should eradicate any buildup of particulate matter. We have above average air changes coming through, so they do know what they're doing on that, and certainly nobody wants to hear that word.
Right.
Especially the design team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner.
on the access, it seems to me that building the sheriff's office here will be an incentive to get the future Commerce Parkway moving. In other words, it's like which comes first, the chicken or the egg here. I think the state, in order for the state to feel like they need to run this parkway, part of it will be actually having some building going on there and to show the need. So I think I'm hoping that one helps the other to come about.
Just to continue that, one of the reasons this site is really a perfect location, the ground might not be so great, as we've heard, but the location is great because once the future Commerce Parkway bypass is built, then deputies leaving can go north, they can go south of Bunnell. It's near fleet maintenance, it's near fuel, it's near the courthouse, it's near the EOC, it's near our dispatch center, and it's near the county administration. So this is really a perfect location. And by angling the building, we take into account the future and the current today. One thing, if I could ask, if Lon wouldn't mind, it'll give you just how much detail and work has gone into this, but there are 2 AC systems that have been discussing, and then you found some issues that if we didn't do the water cooled, I think, and I'll let you explain it, but then it changed cost somewhere else. I think that would explain just how much thought and the team has worked into this. You might save money up front, but it's going to cost you in other areas, Lon.
Yeah, we try to look at every detail there is so we can provide that information on the mechanical systems. Working with the engineers up front, there's chiller systems, water-cooled, there's a chiller systems that we're familiar with. There's 2 different types of chiller systems, a water-cooled chiller system and an air-cooled chiller system. The air-cooled chiller system still provides that efficiency, and it's a little less expensive than the water-cooled, so we went towards that air-cooled chiller system. Just looking at cost, we also looked at what I would call kind of a typical DX system where you have air handlers and condensing units outside. That would be less first cost, but in the end, it would cost more energy and probably doesn't make sense for the long term of this. So we kind of ran that to ground with everybody to make sure you can save a few dollars up front, but it might not save you in the end. And then with those air-cooled chiller systems, we have a kind of a central energy plant. So it also starts to plan for the master planning of this area. So as you add other buildings and everything comes online, you already have that functional infrastructure right there in place. So we really tried to look at all of those aspects to make sure that what we're moving forward with is for the best long-term planning.
He beat you on the button, Commissioner.
Yeah, I want to, I hate to bring this up, but I'm going to bring it up with the old building. The air conditioning system was a very small factor in it. One of the biggest factors was that we put a building on a foundation that wasn't fit. A lot of the water, as the sheriff and I saw, came up from the bottom. It was coming up from the floor, not an air conditioning system. Mold was growing. It sits, when you look at it, it sits downward into a slope. I personally would have never built anything with it, everything heading back to the building. But I understand we didn't build that. We remodeled it. And some of the issues we had there, we don't need to worry about, like the old insulation, the bat feces, stuff like that we found in that. But one thing I do think it needs to be paid close attention to, and the sheriff brought it up, is that foundation and making sure it's elevated and it's sloped away from the building. Because I remember going by the side of the building, the east side, and sticking a stick in the ground, and it shot down about 6 feet with no problem at all. So that was on the side where the water was coming in the building. So I know when we build them on a hill. We have everything sloped away from it. So I think that's something to pay close attention to, because we don't, if it seems like we're being over cautious on it or over concerned, it's because we had a $10 million building that didn't last but about 2 years that we inherited. So that's why we're going to be that way.
Understood.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
The mechanical part of this, is it designed to accommodate the future building, or is it designed so that there's room where it currently is to make it bigger, to accommodate the additions to the building?
Well, right now, it's designed to be the properly, I would say, economical. It's not sized for the future, because that's not both economically makes sense, and it doesn't make sense mechanically, because you don't want too much cooling. That doesn't work. So it's sized so just like the building could be added on to, the mechanical systems can be added on to.
Okay.
So
That's
that
what I
it's-
wanted to know.
it's-
Thank you.
It's ready to be expanded, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Not sure, Ms. Holly, what the action item here that you need from us or requesting.
We're requesting the board to basically approve the forward-moving process of this project and to approve the project based on the cost estimate that was presented to us today as well.
But, thank you. Before I entertain a motion, this will ask for public comment on this item. Anyone from the public wish to comment? We have our esteemed former colleague. Welcome, Commissioner.
Charlie Erickson, resident. I think we need to get into second and third gear. The sheriff should have all of his men and women in one location to do the job that they've done so well in the past and will continue to do for us. And that needs to be moving forward. We also have to consider the fact that this building has the existing building we're in right now has a limited amount of space. And not only will the sheriff's operation grow, but all of the departments in this particular building will continue to grow. And we need to get those people back into this building, get the sheriff out, let him do the job as well as he's doing it now. We also have some other concerns. You know, our supervisor of elections office showed this past year that it's handling about as much as it can for elections. And with people moving into Flagler County as quick as they are, that we've got 4 years to get that particular part of this building back alive again. So my suggestion would be that we move forward and approve this as is today and put the sheriff back to work, continuing the job that he does with his men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Paul Harrington, Flagler Beach. Talking about the alternative access into the site where you would extend Commerce Parkway. That's on the public records, that's a Bunnell right-of-way. So you might want to be talking to Bunnell ahead of time. And gravel would probably be maybe an exit instead of just so you only have people going out that way. Might be a consideration you might want to think about. The comment about irrigation, we should be looking at rewatering systems. I know we're trying to do a lot of reuse. That's a ways in the future. So, you know, we might want to be looking at that. And I'm wondering if we're looking at any other kind of options like solar or, you know, what kind of solar gain we can get with the building, that kind of thing.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Commissioner Sullivan, you chime in?
Yeah, I just, we don't have the motion yet on the floor. And one of the main reasons we're having the meeting here today is talk about how much this is going to cost. And I haven't heard a lot about how we're actually going to finance this building. And I'd be interested in just a little review of that based on the budget we've already approved for the current fiscal year and any impacts along those lines.
Mr. Cameron? Or?
Yes, this would be a $20 million bond, and we would anticipate that we could come in within that. If we didn't, if we missed it by a few $100,000, we do have the reserves that we could accommodate that. But this would be, bond would be serviced by non-ad valorem revenues, primarily the sales tax.
Sales tax, but the sales tax doesn't go on forever.
It does if you say it does, sir. That's
If we
a board
vote, if we
decision.
approve it again.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, and how long would you
15 years.
15 years. And that all makes sense because that's the way it should do. It shouldn't all come on the current population. But we feel that within the budgets that we've already approved for this year and what we look for as far as revenue, that we'll be able to handle this.
It's what you don't know that always complicates things. And when we did these original projections, they were very conservative. But nobody had ever heard of COVID at the time. And it has created an entirely different picture than we were operating off of. It appears that will get worse before it gets better in terms of price increase and availability of materials and craftsmen. So it behooves us to move forward with it.
Have we gone to a bank yet or that kind of thing to get this?
Yes, sir. That's all been taken care of by finance, and we'll be bringing that before you shortly.
Okay.
Okay, no other discussion. I'll entertain a motion, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct the county administrator, that we approve the cost estimate, and we direct him to advance the design and construction of the new Sheriff's Operations Center.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Not, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. That motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you.
All for being here.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just say thank you to the commission. I know my employees greatly appreciate it, and I will very willingly and gladly evict myself from all these other buildings when it's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff, while
Thank
we
you,
got
Sheriff.
you, could I ask you a question? I think we're getting close to opening up the office in Palm Coast. I think we're close.
Correct.
Is that going to help you immediately alleviate some of your problems? Or?
It will help us in two ways. One will be no longer paying rent, so that will be some savings in the future for the board. And it will allow us in this design to have interview rooms that are ours. And those interview rooms will be used in the future also. If we have a suspect that's closer to go to the Palm Coast District Office, that's where we will take them and interview them. And we can also consolidate PAL into one building, whereas they're separate now. Yeah. So huge improvement. I know county staff has done a phenomenal job if you haven't seen it. I think Mr. Cameron's hoping the end of December. I think by the time furniture gets in there and stuff like that, you're probably looking January, February, but we're still going to beat before the lease runs out. So we look forward to a ribbon cutting to the permanent home of Palm Coast District Office. They've been renting space since 1981. So thank you.
By the way, Mr. Chairman, the sheriff will owe me lunch. He told me he didn't believe that we could accomplish that on schedule.
I will gladly pay up as long as I get to select the location.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So we added agenda item 8B to the agenda. This is normally we have these in the public hearing section for section 9, but this is 8B. This is a quasi judicial matter. So I'll ask for any disclosures from our commissioners before we start. So Commissioner Dance.
We're doing AB, which is plantation first?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just the email from Ms. Yude is the only, about about Bay Drive was the only thing that I had.
Okay.
Just the one email, Mr. Chairman, that's all I've got.
I did not get one of the 700 emails, so I got no issue there.
Just the one email from me, no, nothing to discuss.
And the chair would disclose the same email, and that's that. So let me just, let me read the item, please. This is a quasi judicial matter. It's application number 3233, request for final plat approval for approval and acceptance of a performance bond and maintenance bond for Plantation Bay Section 2A through F, Unit 13, which is more or less 63.19 acres. The owner is Volusia Residential Construction and CP and HT Residential Lots LLC, represented by agent Jerry Finley. So, Mr. Mengel?
Thank you, sir. So we have this graphic, probably had seen this before. I think we had this back in November when the preliminary plat came up. And so circled there and in that kind of red hashing, the lighter red color is the limits of Unit 13. And you can see the black line that comes in down out of the bottom left-hand side of the circle. That's the Bay Drive extension that was the subject of Ms. Yude's email. That's that's that portion, then that future connection out to US 1. It'll give you some orientation. The colors there correspond to the designations on the developments. This is 13, though, within that area, and that's got a medium density residential to it. Unit 13's project boundaries, we superimpose the PUD here over that green space, and you can see how it orients in with the rest of the developments. And how it places there. A PUD designation, the zoning map, and then the future land use map is just what we expect for the DRI, mixed use, low intensity, so it's consistent with the DRI. And then you have flood zone X. We had that come up before also, so we're going to include these whenever we have an opportunity to do so. And then here again is that PUD map, and this one shows the number of lots, and remember this is a quad development. So each of those, every 4 lots, you have 1 building, and so you'll have 4 separate units on each of those quads. And so different from multifamily, been a little confusing for folks before when they think about it. These are apartments. No, they're not. They're going to own their portion. They're on a lot. It's a home. It's a detached single family, an attached single family dwelling. So you'll have 2 end units, 2 middle units, and that's how the development was approved, how it was originally intended, and how it was approved by us. If you remember, we skipped over Unit 9, and so we're now in Unit 13. So we went 5, 6, 7, 8, skipped 9, went to 13 as far as final platting. And so we're moving forward with this one. 9, I believe, is to the north of this, is approved for preliminary plat, but has had no activity. So we're doing 13 because the market bears for the multifamily or for this single-family attached type unit development. Here were the setbacks that we had before. That's consistent with those attached units, 20 feet on the front, 20 on the sides, for those building-to-building exterior walls, interior units having a 0 setback, 15 feet on your side street for the corner, 20 feet on the rear. And then you've got the 3-story height, 3,600 square foot lot size, 30-foot minimum lot width measured at the front setback, and then your building separation, again, for your exterior wall, 20 feet for those. And so, again, final plat approval is coming forward, following that preliminary plat approval that we had back in November last year. Overall acreage, 63.19 acres. DRI is medium density residential, 6 to 8 units per acre. This one actually falls in at 4.46. Lots are configured with that 132 lots for the quads and 33 separate buildings. Improvements to be privately maintained by the HOA or the CDD, and utilities provided by Plantation Bay Utilities. This will be one of the developments that will be handed over to FGUA when that handoff happens. Right now, you'll see everything referenced on the plat saying Flagler County, but this is one of we have those extra instruments that are included here, the bill of sale, some things that are a little unique with this.
Chairman, just so I'm clear, this is a part of Plantation Bay that's not in Flagler County? Or
This is in Flagler County, yes, sir.
It is in Flagler County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because part of it, as you get that way, is, so this is still all in Flagler County? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hanson?
Do they, will this group This 13, will they have their own homeowners association?
Yeah, I think that you'll see in a second, I think we've got, I think there's a separate group that's set up. Most everything, though, if I'm remembering, maybe I'll wait for the next slide, because I can't remember. In here, I have the designations, and I can't remember if there was a separate one or not. Drainage system, much of what's going to be maintained here will be by the CDD. Hold off on that if you don't mind.
Okay, sure.
I can't remember if this one had that separate named group, but I'll see it here in just a second.
Just we've seen in the past how you get a bad handoff, and then it goes to crap, so if we could.
One thing that did come up with this is that, and we had this over the series of minutes, that this will not be independently gated. This will be behind the main gates that you have, and so that's one of the discussions with May Drive that's happening right now, but this won't be separately gated with that. So here's the survey orientation here with this. North is to your right, south is to the left, and then that canal that borders the property is along that bottom, that forms the east boundary. That is canal that we maintained, I believe. At least we have the ability to maintain that. This is the plat copy. This shows those lots I spoke of and the configuration with the quad units. You have this within your packet. This is all consistent with that layout. So you have multiple pages showing that here's the overall, showing the total. And then you have the breakdown of the two sheets that follow that. And so then here, when you talk to me about the entity, Westlake at Plantation Bay Property Owners Association, so that's they won't have their separate HOA. It'll be part of that master Westlake, but it is different from others. There's I think there's a Westlake and there's another HOA that's there, but this one handles the Westlake side. Tomoka CDD is going to handle the common area, the drainage, conservation. And then also some recreation purposes on a portion of this. So you have these 4 parcels that are outlined, and these are the dedications and reservations for each of those for common areas and how they're handled. Private road purposes for parcel A, no maintenance by Flagler County. And then these are the easements that you had. And in the staff report, I called those out and wanted to make sure you knew what the easements were for each of those. Parcel A, of course, has easements across it to allow us to access it. Service vehicles, emergency services, government purposes, and then for utility installations, just what you'd expect, consistent with most every plat we've seen before. Parcels B and C have water management district reservations on them, conservation easements. Also, then you have landscape hardscape for those portions that aren't under a conservation easement, so they've got some other language there. And that is, you see there a specific reference there, Creekside Townhomes at Westlake POA. There will be a separate HOA here that will have those rights. And so if we go back to this, broader dedications, Westlake at Plantation Bay POA, they're going to be handling the private road maintenance. Remember, the private road connects into other subdivisions, and so you have those all linked together. This is the specific one, and so you will have some infrastructure here that's special just to this development known as Creekside Townhomes. It looks like that's going to be the future name of Unit 13. And again, landscape irrigation easements, recreation, retention area within the parcel D, responsibility of the CDD. We do have a 10-foot wide, non-exclusive, transferable easement for utility purposes. That, again, is going to be something that's going to go to FGUA, and so that's reserved to us right now. And then before I get to that final slide there with these options, did have the research that we had run down, and we've become pretty good at the extension language that's out there on Bay Drive. And so back to 2007, and actually it predated that, back to 2005, when the board was considering 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, there was talk then about 2 requirements: either complete that infrastructure, that extension of US 1, connection to US 1 through what's called Bay Drive Extension. We designate it as Unit 9A as a future plat. Either complete that as its paved secondary permanent access, or complete a secondary emergency temporary access that would run out of the north side of Unit 6. So we can go back to that slide that shows your graphic. And that would run up along that north end, following along the canal limits. And you can see there to the side, there's a development that's already there. It's already platted. I can't remember if I think that's 7. but it runs up. You can see the outline of a road that's there, and then it comes over, runs basically due north, comes up into the back end of the utility plant. Before you get there, there's a turnoff to the right that heads east and then runs under the power lines. That was when you see mention in any prior action that we had, we talked about a temporary secondary means of emergency ingress egress. ICI had gone in and paved that up to that utility point, paved the turn, and then it tied in then to an unpaved connection underneath the utility lines themselves. And so that was meeting our requirement for the secondary means of emergency ingress, egress. That currently also acts as a construction haul road. It is open. It is still being utilized. I believe that connection, and I'll leave it to speakers from ICI to be able to confirm the status of that now. I believe that also is still available for residents to use if it became necessary to do so. So comments, I believe Ms. Yude had mentioned if something happened to the power lines. I think that that's still open. Again, I'll defer to our ICI folks to confirm the status of that. So in 2007, February 2007, Doug Ross had come forward and asked for some consideration. Where 2005, there was a time limit to construct that connection to US 1. And so in February 2007, board considered a time extension. It was ultimately approved. And the language from that agenda item, February 19th, 2007, was the request for the board, time extension for the construction of the roadway connection to US 1 from September 2007, from the 2005 board action, to September 1st, 2009, with no production home certificates of occupancy except for model homes to be issued within Plantation Bay Westlake sections 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, prior to either completion of the roadway connection to US 1 or completion of the temporary stabilized secondary means of egress to Old Dixie Highway. Mr. Ross, in his request, had said, really, this isn't needed because we have the secondary means of egress. We put that in, running to Old Dixie. The board did consider that request, did ultimately grant it to September 1st, 2009, and had no further conditions at that action. And then May 5th, 2008, as we were deep in the recession, a subsequent request was received. And this one, the board had come in, and probably the back pedal I need to do here with this is to emphasize that the connection to Bay Drive is needed by the development order, but the development order was not specific on the timing. And so in 2005, units 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, these west side units coming in, they're all dependent upon access back through Bay Drive, back to the main entrance. We do have a condition now where the main entrance is backing up. It's backing up because of service vehicles and also residents and guests that are coming in. Residents all have a transponder, though, and so they're able to use the residential gate. But even that traffic that comes in without the transponder access is causing then that backup for both residents and guests alike. And so then in 2008, deep in the recession time, we came in with the yet another request, and this time it was granted a time extension to September 1st, 2011, or completion of 150 COs in units 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, whichever occurred earlier for the units 5 through 9A. And since that time, again, having still the construction temporary means of ingress, egress through the connection to Old Dixie, the permit was issued for the construction of Bay Drive Extension. We've been working with DOT, the applicant's been working with DOT to try to get this ultimately permitted. There is, it's likely, construction's imminent. It's any day now you'll start seeing more mobilization happening there. I think there is some subgrade work that's been done already, but the paving has not been completed. The connection is not installed. There has been extensions that have been requested in accordance with the statutory language that allows for extensions of time for permits, for development orders that's allowed in times of declared emergencies through the governor's office. That statutory language allows for that tolling period to apply then to any permit or development order that we're advised by the applicant as being applicable to their development. Bay Drive Extension has been one of the specific requirements that's been called out by ICI over the years. And with the letters that we've received from them, meeting the requirements of the statute, as we're sitting now, Bay Drive Extension and its completion can be extended, or has been extended, through January 21st, 2021. There is a pending letter that was submitted for Hurricane Dorian that would actually extend that then again through November 21st, 2021. And so there may be some debate as far as the requirement. The requirement was clear, the earlier of the two things, 150 or 2011. There was no extension that was requested by the board specifically since that, because the governor's orders kicked in. The statutory language allowed then for those extensions to be requested by ICI, and they have done so on a very practical matter since that time, made us aware of their desire to take advantage of those extensions, and have done so. And so as we're standing now, January 21st, 2021 is their deadline for completion. They have made the request through Hurricane Dorian to extend that through November 21st, 2021. They are eligible to do so, and we would ultimately recognize then that extension deadline for Bay Drive completion to November 21st, 2021 as we're sitting now. So as it relates to the plat, Unit 13's first requirement, not part of 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, we did acknowledge that 9 has no production homes that are being sold out of that. And clearly the requirement for Bay Drive is related to rooftops. It's related to people being in there, not construction traffic. So on part of that, we skipped, but we're definitely beyond the 150 units. We have within those combined 5 through 9, now 5 through 8, and then 13, we have more than 150 units that are occupied at this point. We're well beyond that. Options for approval, and realizing that final plat for most part is a ministerial act. And with this one, what we're looking for you to do, and the reason why we put it on general business, is because we're looking for your approval of the bonds that come along with this. Option 1 is approval of 3233, the application for final plat for Unit 13, accepting the performance bond and the 2-year maintenance bond for the amounts that are included within the staff report. And then acceptance of the non-exclusive grant of easement, the general warranty deed, and the bill of sale for the water and wastewater utilities related to the Unit 13 final plat approval. The item C, waiver on a temporary basis for the Land Development Code's maximum cul-de-sac width length of 1,320 feet. And then the item D, waives on a temporary basis Land Development Code's paved 2 points of ingress, egress, and secondary means of emergency egress, emergency access. Option 2 is denial, and you deny it for whatever reasons you state. And option 3 is tabling the request to a time and date certain. Those last 2 waivers are needed because, and I'll go back to the aerial again, because there are no connections presently there. The road to the north does not exist. This accesses the development only at the south, only at Bay Drive as it has been extended to this point from the east to this development. And so that those waivers are temporary until Unit 9 is completed to the north, I think is where Unit 9 sits, and until Bay Drive extension is completed to the west. With that, I'll conclude, submit my staff report for the record and await any questions or comments. Mr. Haas and Mr. Stowers are present representing ICI also for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, my little thing's not working. Yeah, so I listened to that whole dissertation, and I read this stuff. So the waiver D is the only one that concerns me. So when will there be 2 accesses to this unit? Right now, as I understand it, there are not. There's only one way in and one way out.
You win.
But at what point does that get fixed?
When the north connection is made, it will loop there.
But that waits to what, 9? 9C get
I think
developed?
that's the number
Planned yet,
there.
so.
And so then you'll have your second point with that, or when Bay Drive comes in. If Bay Drive comes in, then you'll have your secondary access. Remember, in our world, if you have more than 50 lots or more, then you're having to have your secondary, permanent means of secondary ingress, egress, not emergency. And so that you're not just a single driveway, the code requires then the out. And so once that north is done, you'll meet that requirement. D will no longer be temporary. It'll then, that requirement would have been met.
How many units is this? How many lots is this?
132.
Yeah, 132.
I'll call on Mr. Haas. I think he wanted to clarify something here.
I think it's still morning. Good morning. For your record, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, David Haas, ICI Homes, 2379 Bevel Road. Actually, there are already 3 access points. There is a manned gate on US 1 that hasn't been mentioned, that is in Westlake. And then there is the one on Old Dixie. And then we have the temporary construction access that is partially paved and maintained. So we already have, this not, there's one way in and one way out. And those, both of those are manned gates, and both of those have transponder activated gates so that the residents can come and go. We appreciate all of the considerations that you guys have granted over the years. We're asking to get our final plat approved. Just as an update on where we are with the Bay Drive extension, it is fully engineered. It is fully permitted. We have been out to bid. We are in the process of negotiating a contract with a local contracting company. When we'll start, I can't really say. The things that you all talked about this morning with the Sheriff's Operations Center, those are real issues that we're dealing with as well. And I would ask that you approve final plat and let us move forward on this. We've complied with every one of the statutory extension letters, and we've sent those in a timely way. And we're fully in compliance and fully in agreement with everything that we've said we would do over the years. So I'm asking that you would approve final plat, let us move forward. I'm happy to come back in a few months and give you an update on the road if that would ease your mind or let you know exactly. I live in Flagler Beach. It's not very far for me to come here, and I'll be happy to give you an update after the first of the year and let you know exactly where we are.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, David, why do we need waiver D? Why do we need to waive the temporary basis, the land development codes pave 2 points of ingress? He just said we have 2 already, so.
You're confusing the plat for this area with the overall subdivision. The waiver is just for these 130 lots, because it only has one way in and out.
Correct.
Not to confuse that with the overall project.
Chairman, my machine's not working, but that was the question too, is that this particular 132 development is a one-way cul-de-sac. So that's the way into it.
So look at this graphic here.
I mean, not a one, there's no egress to the north.
On your left, that access exists. That is Bay Drive on your left to the south. To the north, where that road comes out, there is no connection there now. There will be one in the future. But there isn't, and so that's why you're temporary. And so that presently, there is only one means of ingress, egress into this development off of Bay Drive to your left, to the south. And the temporary is needed just for minor time. I can't, there's a land development permit that's issued for that development to the north. And so it's under construction. The market really dictated for the 13 to come first. And hopefully we stated that when we brought that to you in November. We wanted to be real clear because we were saying, oh, we're taking this out of sequence. How come we're not counting 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, but we're going 8 to 13? Because the market is what we're trying to respond to with this.
Bay Drive extension doesn't change that by itself.
Yeah, correct, because there would still be the single throat here for this development. But construction's underway on 9 to the north, but you're correct. That doesn't change that.
All right.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, Commissioner Dance?
Yeah, our machines aren't working.
Yeah, it is now. It just looks like it just started working. All right, so I had to do a little bit of catching up on this. My apologies, not having been part of the Plantation Bay process through the years. I wanted to catch up on the Bay Drive extension. So in some of the information that Adam sent me and trying to do a where do we stand now, all right, Adam mentioned a 2008 motion to where the board tied the extension of Bay Drive to 150 certificates of occupancy or September 1st, 2011, which was granted, which was based on the minutes kind of negotiated with the representative from ICI at the time. So that allowed the extension through at the beginning of the recession. But that's a performance metric. 150 is a performance-based metric, and it was either or, it was whichever came first. So we're basing all of these other extensions off of a statute that is related to specific dates, but we're using a performance metric, which is 150 certificates of occupancy, which isn't covered under that state of emergency allowance. So we're far beyond the 150, and it sounds like we have plans, but my concern is we've been moving toward this Bay Drive without any definite timelines because we keep using these emergency declarations as the basis. So I want to get away from a timeline because it seems like every emergency declaration just adds to the timeline, and we're not getting anywhere on the Bay Drive extension. So I'd like to discuss how we can put and even back in 2016, when Unit 7 came up before the planning board, they had recommended that a condition of plat approval, final plat approval for 7 was conditional upon the extension of Bay Drive to US 1. So we've been going through this process of trying to get Bay Drive completed. So I'd like to have a discussion about something a little bit more formal than we're working on it.
Commissioner, I assume that discussion is with me
Sure.
or with us, not with the board members. What I would ask is that please move forward and approve our final plat today. Let's schedule a time after the first of the year when we have some things more firmly solidified with our contractor, and I'll come back. You give me a date that you want me to come back, and I'll give you an update at that time. I don't think you should tie our final plat approval to this road at this point. We've complied with the extensions. And the point of moving north, it wouldn't be a way that anyone will go. When all of that is finished, they will still come to the south to Bay Drive. They won't go north to Westlake 8. That would take them forever to get out from there. But if that meets with your approval, I would ask that you move forward with approval of final plat. I'll come back in February or March and give you an update.
Right, but then we lose leverage. We're still under this extension due to the emergency orders, and
Commissioner, someone from ICI will be here many, many, many times next year with other. We've got a lot more development to do in there. This is not the last time you're going to see us.
right, but it doesn't seem like this gets solved. So I'm trying to put something a little bit more definite into this. I mean, we can approve the plat and then the bonds are satisfied, but we can withhold COs until it's completed as well. I mean, there's other things. I'm just concerned about getting it done and living up to the commitments from prior boards to get this completed. it's a health and safety issue as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not quite sure the condition. I'd like to be satisfied that the condition of the construction road is passable by a passenger vehicle and not just big construction trucks. If it's,
It is passable. But, I mean, there are times when it rains and it needs maintenance, but we quickly get out there and take care of it. So I've driven it many times. I'd be happy to take you for a ride up and down it. You'll see that it's maintained in reasonably good shape.
all right, I don't know that I'm on board yet. I have a question for Mr. Hadid. When we waive the extension for the length of cul-de-sacs on a temporary basis, what liability does that put the county in if we're agreeing to something that is outside of the land development code?
It is a governmental act, so you have immunity for that decision. Meaning in your legislative capacity.
Right, but as the county, I mean, in cases of an emergency, if something was to happen due to the length of the cul-de-sac, prohibiting fire emergency vehicles from getting to a certain spot at the end of the cul-de-sac, is the county held liable for agreeing to something that was outside of the land development code, even on a temporary basis?
The county would be immune in that circumstance because its action is a legislative governmental action.
Okay.
Hold on. Anything else, Commissioner Dance?
No.
Commissioner Hanson, I think you chimed
Yeah.
in next.
I thought I understood this. Now I'm confused again. David, is there a paved access in and out of this development?
Yes.
There is one paved
Correct,
access.
yes. To Bay Drive.
So, Andy, what is it that you want paved?
Okay, not to confuse this, if you can pull the graphic up to the plat. So Bay Drive, which is to the left of of here, this is Bay Drive. So the waiver is due to the length of this road. And because it only has one way in and out. All right, that's a separate issue from Bay Drive extension. This road is supposed to extend west to US 1. In lieu of that, ICI has constructed a dirt construction road that goes out to Old Dixie Highway through the woods, yes, on the north side. Goes through and under the utility easements and the power lines and everything. This extension is what's been discussed since 2008 and earlier about getting completed so that the entire, how many units now are in Plantation Bay? 5,000, I heard, or?
No, ultimately, there will be, I doubt we'll ever get there. 4,000 is what's approved.
Okay.
But there's 2,200 in there now. This would be the second access point on US 1, not the first
Right,
access point
right.
on US 1.
There is there's, Plantation Bay has one to the north and south. This one also goes out to US 1 and really alleviates the most recent development that they've put forth, which is right off of Bay Drive, so that those people don't have to evacuate through the development. They would have an easier access out to US 1.
And Commissioner, as a point of historical note, since I was here through a lot of this in other capacities, after the 1998 wildfires, there was an outcry from the Division of Forestry that everything that the county commission and the city commissions approved needed to have two access points. As Adam pointed out, this is not a part of the original DRI obligation. This isn't a commitment. This was a commitment that was asked of ICI when the economy was rolling and 2005 and 6 were building and selling houses right and left. And the emergency access road was created so that there would be another way out of Plantation Bay quickly in the event of a fire. There were a couple of places in the county in the 98 wildfires where trees fell and the emergency vehicles couldn't get in. So that was the whole purpose of this other access point. But it was, again, that's the third ingress egress point for Plantation Bay. This will be the fourth, as long as that one's there.
One other question. What's the current date deadline that ICI is under, that's been approved through the county as part of the emergency declarations?
For Bay Drive Extension,
Yeah.
completion by January 21st, 2021. The Dorian letter from 2019 had provided the calculation from the developer that would go to November 21st, 2021. I have not yet replied back with a response letter, but that looks to be in order. That would be the extension appears to be correct to November 21st, 2021. I have not acknowledged that. It's not granted by the county as much as it's an acknowledgement that their math's correct. The declaration did apply to Flagler County and that extension would be appropriate.
Mr. Haas, can we agree to not utilize the emergency declarations from this point forward so that we can get to a construction timeline?
I would prefer to come back and update you after the first of the year, and we can give you a timeline. I don't want to commit to something that, any more than you can tell the sheriff that the road needs to be built so that his deputies have two ways in and out of the new Sheriff's Operations Center. You need to give us a little leeway and let us answer the question. I'm happy to come back, and I'll know more at that point in time. But I just really can't commit to something like that. Listen, we need to sell houses. We need to build and sell houses, and if you look at the people that are in here and how long it's going to take them to get out, believe me, we understand that an exit to US 1 via the Bay Drive extension is not only good for people to get out, but it's going to be good for marketing. It's going to be good for sales. We need the road. We want the road. We're not. There are so many factors here that have been out of our control over the course of the last 10, 11 months. And the emergency declaration is part of the statute. It's from the governor. It's, we're not asking you to do something that other governments haven't done for us in other places, but just allow us a little time to get farther down the road. We'll come back and give you an update.
I mean, the only thing I know is final plat's really not the place to stick your heel in the ground. I mean, you've gone through this process to this point. And holding the final plat hostage is really not the right thing to do. So that's why I was trying to work with some other language and some commitments, which you're not willing to do. But future developments, I think, are on the table, and I think it would behoove you to have, let's come back and have that discussion. It's for me, it's a life safety issue. And the only reason I'm really harping on it is because of the instances that we've experienced in the past with wildfires. It's really not a situation with hurricane evacuations. Those are timely, those are done well in advance. That's not the issue. The wildfires, which can come through in no time and can block off one entrance and leave everybody trying to get out of a single entrance, I think is something that we have to solve. And there's a commitment, but now's the time with housing doing well to push this forward and get it done. I mean, the county did grant the extension back in 2008, worked with you. So now it's time to kind of work with us while business is good.
Understood.
Okay.
Commissioner Mullins?
Say a couple of things. Number one, this is in my district, and I've been down there and looked at it quite a bit. It's a nice development. I couldn't imagine Flagler County, especially the south side, without Plantation Bay. I've heard a lot of crazy stories in the beginning when I first came into office that once I met the developer and looked at the project and drove around there, I realized he's in it for the long haul. I'm very impressed with the work they've done. As a matter of fact, it's a place that I'm looking at potentially moving one day because I like it. I like how clean it is, how well it's done, and I have every confidence that he is going to continue to, especially if it's only 50% built up and you have the potential to go 50 more, that he's going to do the right things. I think in saying the concerns that Mr. Dance has, we just want to make sure that we make decisions based on safety first, then go from there. But I think it's very important to keep in mind, do that sooner than later. Don't keep pushing it off. I'm not nervous about this many houses being in a cul-de-sac like that with the entrance in and out. I think it's very typical. So I'm totally supportive for it, but I do think we need to look at that. And with that being said,
Well, Commissioner,
okay.
I sense you want to make a motion, but I want to open this up to public comment.
Yeah.
If there's no other commissioner questions or comments? Nope. All right. This item is open for public comment. Seeing no one approach the podium, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion here.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 3233, request for final plat approval to include the waivers and conditions and approvals of subparagraphs A, B, C, and D.
We have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I would like to put just a comment, a note on the motion that Mr. Haas would promise to come back within 3 months to give us an update on the road situation.
Would the motion maker like to amend their motion on that?
Mr. Chairman, I modify my motion to approval of application 3233 to include subparagraphs A, B, C, and D on our approval, and also conditionally that ICC comes back and briefs us on the status of the Bay Drive extension within 3 months of this date.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would the seconder of the motion?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Call a question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just would like to make one quick comment. Mr. Mullins, thank you, Commissioner Mullins. The owner of Plantation Bay lives in Plantation Bay. His children all live there. His family members live there. A lot of our employees live there. I appreciate what you said. We add a lot of tax base to the community. We don't hit your social services very often, and we're very proud of Plantation Bay, and thank you for those comments.
I got one thing there, though, I'd love to change. I'm not going to say it on record, but one thing.
Can we?
Is it a sand trap we need to fill in? Because if you got...
Maybe that's it.
Okay.
Let's move on with the
Understood.
agenda,
Thank you.
please. Okay, thank you. We have an additional public hearing, quasi-judicial matter. This is item 9A. And let me read it. It's application 3230, request for public use in the AC Agricultural District for the Flagler County Executive Airport. Owner is us, Flagler County Board of County Commissioners, and we have Airport Director Roy Seeger representing the airport and the airport district. Before we get to you, Mr. Mengel, we need to get ex parte disclosures taken care of. Commissioner Dance?
No, just staff, just to get up to speed on the project.
I have none.
None.
And the chair has none. Mr. Mengel?
Yes, sir. This is the graphic showing that area that we had purchased from there to add to the airport. And you can see that retention pond that's showing up part of the airport commons development. And then these other graphics that are part of this will show the limits of the area that we're relying on this for, that we're needing this property. And it's mainly down in that southwest corner, that bottom left side there where it adjoins the current airport boundaries. So land use, or zoning, you see the agriculture. Land use has an industrial that matches up to the airport. And then here's that graphic you probably have seen before, and not wanting to steal Mr. Seeger's thunder, but this is the future roundabout configuration. The building at the bottom in hatching is the future terminal fixed base operator building. And then another graphic, these are all included in your packet where you can actually read these. This has kind of that future configuration. The hatching on this one here in the dark areas corresponds to the airside taxiway areas that will be added as part of this project. And then here's another detail that was included in your packet, again showing the roundabout, the reconfiguration of the parking area, creating, to me, a better view shed when you come in. So now you're coming in, your eye is led to that roundabout. Very limited in its scope as far as the area from that parcel. So we're just down in that southwest corner. And so that's where we had the limits of, I think it was 12 or 15 acres that we had out of a total 100-some acre purchase. But that gives us that current expansion need that we have, and gets us with this configuration and gets us moving forward with that. So why is this needed? This then brings this into the boundary. We have the public use has already been granted for the airport in its entirety, and so this then brings the entirety of that parcel into the remaining 1,300-some acres that we have that are part of the airport. Options for you: approval with conditions, denial, or tabling. Planning Board saw this recommended approval with no conditions and unanimously. With that, I'll close, submit my report for the record, and await any questions or comments. Thank you.
Questions, Commissioners? All right. Seeing no questions, I'll open it up for public comment. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve application 3230, which is a request for public use in the agricultural district for the Flagler County Executive Airport.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, second by Commissioner Sullivan. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Mingle. Move on to agenda item number 10, additional reports and comments. Mr. Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple here. First off, with the settlement on the Sears building with Parkside Realty, I brought to your attention the fact that Parkside had participated in helping us to resolve at least a large portion of the damage that the county suffered by finding a buyer for this. Consequently, there was a settlement agreement with them, and I was remiss in drawing my attention to some of the language in the settlement that required the reading of certain language into the record here. And I'd like to correct that omission today by reading this in, and it goes that the county is aware of and discovered no evidence that Sheehan Jones or Parkside knew or had any reason to know the conditions of the county property before it was acquired by the county. That Sheehan Jones and Parkside were not at fault or liable in any way for the conditions or damage to the building at 4888 Palm Coast Parkway Northwest, Palm Coast, Florida 32137, and that the county regrets and apologizes for any damage to the reputation of Sheehan Jones and Parkside and their standing in the community caused by the allegations of fault and liability directed to them by the county or the publicity surrounding the county's purchase of the property at 4888 Palm Coast Parkway, Northwest, Palm Coast, Florida, 32137. That is the required language. It goes on to mutually indemnify each other and mutually release each other from liability. So I have complied with that, and I will supply the clerk with that copy so that it can be entered into the permanent records of these proceedings. Secondly, the the Bay Drive Park that was recently completed. Today, we talked about that having freedom, that people don't always use it well. There are some people that have taken advantage of the fact that that park is not in the public view all the time, to go in after hours and do some damage. There have been some thefts. There have been some questionable activity. In discussing how we might deal with this, we've got sort of a two-pronged approach. Our IT department is looking at installing some night vision cameras there. And in discussions with the sheriff, he has said that he would be willing to put a license plate reader at the entrance so that we would be able to identify people that came in at hours they shouldn't be there. And that would require us to provide electricity. To that point would be a $3,500 expense, but we believe that those two measures would bring this under control. And I'd like to get a consensus from the board that I go ahead and put in that electricity so that the LPR can be installed.
I get a lot of traffic on this issue, as you know, and you and I have discussed it, and Staley and I have discussed it, and Jeff Stewart and I have discussed it, and I think we need to do this. And, you know, we've looked at everything from a gate and the sheriff's deputy opening and closing the gate, and that's too hard. But I think we need to do that, Jerry, and we also need to put that sign up that you and I have discussed, that the property's under 24 hours surveillance.
The sign has been ordered.
Yeah, we've ordered that sign. And the thefts do not trouble me. That doesn't trouble me at all. Those are people who don't take care of their personal property. I can't imagine, they must leave their bikes sitting out on the sidewalk for somebody to steal them. I'm not sure how those two bikes were stolen. But that's personal property issues that those people have. But we've got to do something out there. And I think you're on the right track. So I think we should proceed with that.
Commissioner?
Can you repeat, where are we talking about again?
Not to be confused with the Bay Drive extension.
Right, exactly.
in Pelican, when they should be.
It's the brand-new park that we've
Right.
got on the beach that serves a number of purposes, but the recreational component of it is what's at question. We had someone a few weeks ago to go in there and do a good bit of damage to the parking areas. Deputy was able to go and catch them in there, but we didn't have the evidence that they're the ones that actually did the damage. We can remediate that with some night vision video.
Right, right. I think it's good too, as part of, as we design these facilities, to incorporate some surveillance in there. It needs to be posted. The license plate thing, I don't know, has that been in discussions with the sheriff? Is that something that?
Yes, sir. The sheriff and I have got correspondence back and forth through email, plus telephone correspondence, and he is willing to put the LPR in, but we would have to put in the power for that, and to get power to the area that it would be needed would be about $3,500.
So it'll be posted no trespassing during certain hours?
Yes, that's correct. Our problem is that we don't have a way to consistently at certain times go and lock a gate or unlock a gate. It would cost us in ongoing manpower to pay overtime to get that done. And the LPR, along with the night vision cameras, would be almost a one-time investment other than the maintenance, whereas it would be in perpetuity if we were trying to do it with personnel.
I'm just thinking if you're running electric out there, you could have a gate that was timed, and you wouldn't need the manpower as a physical barrier with an emergency, override or something, but if it's...
We could do that, but that has a lot of moving parts, and the mechanical portion of any system is the thing that fails. LPRs and cameras are almost purely electronic.
Right. Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Cameron?
Yes, sir. As you know from a yellow header that I sent in, I had told City Manager Matt Morton that I would bring this back to your attention again. Just an overview is that the Marine Acres final phase improvement transportation project with some paving and road improvements and drainage improvements under this Florida statute 337.403, utilities are required and are responsible for relocating their infrastructure should there be a conflict. There are like more than 70 conflicts in this project where the utilities must be moved, and Palm Coast Utilities would be, under the Florida statute, responsible for that. And the city has taken the position, or the city manager at least has taken the position that, hey, we understand the statute, but what we're doing is requiring a lot of people that are not affected by this or benefiting from this to pay for this project. And consequently, he would like for this board to consider assessing the people that are benefiting from the project. I brought it to the attention of the board one time before. At that time, there was no direction for putting it on the agenda, and he has asked that I bring it one more time and see if the commission will entertain that prospect.
You want to chime in on this, Mr. Commissioner Hanson? I have something also.
Yeah. His entire letter is specious for several reasons. One, if a water main fails on Coleridge Court, they come in and fix it, and they don't assess the people that live on that street, because that repair will only benefit the people on that street, yet the utility pays for that. They don't assess the people that live on that street. It is their duty to fix this problem that we've got out there, and it does not, it falls into that same category as a repair. It doesn't, just because those people are going to benefit from it, it's part of the utility's responsibility to do that, as in state statute. And as far as the assessment, you've heard me before on this, we're already assessing them, those people. And this would be a huge assessment, a 10-year assessment he wants. I just, it's their responsibility to do this, and I think we need to hold their feet to the fire to do it.
Yeah, my only question to the board is, does the board want it agended, or is there just no appetite to consider this?
Yeah, Commissioner Hanson, I would request that we direct the administrator, we need to have a special workshop meeting on this, so
Okay.
we understand it. I need to understand what our rights are and aren't, and get re-educated on it. I understand your point, but I think we would be better served doing that as a special, either a workshop or a separate agenda item in an upcoming meeting as soon as possible.
Which would the board prefer?
Personally, I would prefer a workshop, but I'll defer to the.
I think that'd be fine, Mr. Chairman. The
I
workshop.
agree.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Well, we'll get that scheduled as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Lastly, you know, there are a couple of things with staff, and I keep bringing it up. What an incredible staff you have, and I don't want to bore you with it, but they deserve it. This is the Christmas program to move forward with some emphasis on remaining responsible with regard to COVID. The unique thing about this is we recognize Candy Breckenridge this morning for her incredible efforts with the website. But this is that you're looking at, which is a professional piece of work. And it is not the only thing that is out there. If you could, this doesn't seem to be advancing. If you can advance that to the next slide. The incredible thing about that is that this is produced totally in-house. Lily Tuggle-Weir is the graphic artist on our creative team, and she has produced this. This rivals anything that you can get from professional graphic artists, and we are incredibly fortunate to have this kind of talent here that can produce this level of work to help promote whatever issues that the county is dealing with. So I just wanted to give one more time a commendation to the great work that our people do. And segueing from that, we're bringing a lot of projects to completion. Today, you will recognize that the parking lot, which has been delayed for over 15 years, is now done. It's been brought to completion. As we talked about earlier this morning, I'm looking toward the last week in December, first week in January, that the sheriff's substation will do a ribbon cutting on it. That's something that has been a constant source of having to move and rents being increased and so forth. We put an end to that with the opening of that station. Same goes true for the tax collectors satellite station up on Palm Coast. It will be brought to completion here within less than a couple of months, giving her the space that she needs and getting away from that escalation. Plantation Bay Utility, we'll be closing that here in just a week or so. And that is an incredible effort. It is really beyond most people's imagination as to what is involved in trying to get all those pieces together. We've had finance having to do a tremendous amount of work. I can't tell you how much work legal has had to do with this. Heidi Petito has dedicated a good bit of her time to bringing this in. Huge situation, as we just talked about. We'll be starting Marine Land Acres right after the first of the year. That's a project that's been hanging around for over 16 years. This brings it to final completion. We are doing some significant road improvements on the west side As soon as we can get some funding from the state, we will start the planning for an overall county drainage. And still things that are to come is the Army Corps Dune Project, then the southern portion of the dunes protection and restoration, and then we've got northern 12 miles. That requires an incredible effort in getting the easements and things that are necessary to get that done, working with the DEP. And all of this is going on simultaneously because we've upped the tempo to try to address the issues that have been presented to us, along with bringing past projects that are overdue, such as we talked again about the sheriff's situation there. With your action today, we'll be moving that forward. I would anticipate some sort of groundbreaking ceremony within a couple of weeks on that. And your staff has, not me, but your staff has just done an incredible effort to bring these things to fruition. Al Hadid, I get emails with timestamps of 4 o'clock in the morning as he's trying to deal with all of the political intricacies and legal intricacies that are involved with these things. I've dumped so much on him from the legal standpoint. I'm surprised that he's still here, both literally and figuratively. But he has done an incredible job for us under some really demanding circumstances. And I just really want to remind you of how incredibly fortunate that you are and I am to be associated with folks that produce this kind of work. That concludes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Hadid.
Well, I have nothing to add to that report.
Right, you don't want to talk
I'm
yourself out of a
moving-
sale.
We're continuing to move forward on all the items that the various cases and matters that we're handling. We're continuing to proceed. If you have a particular question, be more than happy to answer it now or, by email or otherwise.
Al, the one thing that I continue to worry about is the Army Corps program, just getting it started. Are we still worrying about the southern, those lots where we okayed to go after them to get them?
Well,
Is there something has to be done to tell the Army, start?
No, what we have to do is to procure all of the easements north of the South 2700 block in order for the Army Corps to take the project out to bid. So among those parcels, there are some that the GoFundMe account is working with, and we are awaiting the execution of documents from those owners, okay? So that's in process. Also, in addition to that, there is an owner, again, north of the South 2700 block, who owns 2 remnants that is not part of the group that the GoFundMe organization has been successful with. So we are proceeding with an eminent domain action with respect to those 2 remnants, okay? Now, the South 2700 block, the Army Corps has agreed to bid it out as an alternative, meaning that they will not require all of the properties in the South 2700 block to have their easements executed before going out to bid and also letting the contract, giving us additional time to secure easements from the South 2700 block, or to not do it, or some other resolution. So they're basically holding the South 2700 block for future disposition, but not sacrificing it because it will be part of the bid. Our intention is to continue to work with owners in the South 2700 block. We have made some progress, and we will do the best we can. If it reaches a point that we need to initiate legal action against property owners in that block that continue to hold out, and the board feels strongly enough about completing the South 2700 block, then we will so proceed. But it is premature at this point in time to ask you to do so.
So just to follow up, okay, forget the south of 2700 block. You have two lots that we may take action on.
That the board has authorized us to begin
These other
proceeding.
lots that the GoFundMe group is, how many of those are left to do?
I believe there's approximately a total of 8. But see, this is not information that we have. That's a totally independent effort, and they are securing signatures from those owners so that the project can proceed.
Okay, that's all fine, but that action is still underway,
That's correct.
and so you can't
it is
answer
not-
my question right now.
I'm sorry?
You can't answer my question, which is, when can we tell the Army to go ahead and put it out for bid?
Upon receipt of those and the eminent domain action or other resolution that we may reach with the owner with the 2 remnant parcels.
Okay.
The trigger is the arrival of the executed documents, however they come in,
That's correct.
period.
That's correct.
so we
However
need-
they come in.
So there's 10 lots that we need some kind of action to go forward on.
I believe that's the number.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Indeed?
No, sir, unless there are any other questions from the board.
Okay. We'll move on to item 10C, which is our second community outreach portion. Again, as a reminder, this is a 30-minute time period allocated for public comment for items not on the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commissions. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct comments to the chair. Anyone from the public wish to come forward? And no one come forward, we'll close the community outreach portion and finish up with our commission reports, comments, actions. We'll start with you, Mr. Dance, Commissioner Dance.
I'm good. I concur with staff's talent. It's awesome, and the parking lot looks good, Mr. Cameron. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the 4th year in a row, Palm Coast has hosted, or Flagler County has hosted the national, one of the national ICS chili cook-offs, Saturday and Sunday, winners of which go to the Nationals in Myrtle Beach in about 5 months. I will say that after tasting, I had the honor to MC the thing for the 4th year in a row, also to participate as a tasting, and I will tell you that after 2 days of tasting chili, I don't want any more chili. But it was a wonderful event. It was well-attended. The European Village was crowded both days. So it was a good event for the county and for the city.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mullins?
Just, we attended FAC, the Florida Association of Counties Legislative Summit. I attended with Chairman O'Brien and Commissioner Sullivan, and I think Commissioner Dance, you and Greg may have been, or Commissioner Hanson may have been on virtual or...
Remotely.
Remotely, yeah. Yeah, and a lot of people did choose to do that path. There wasn't that many up there. But again, the biggest topic is fiber, broadband, pushing broadband through the county or through the state. And we've got a lot of, because of that fiber task force, we're ahead of the game, so we'll continue to push that. Also, want to just recognize Palm Coast and thank them, the city, for approving the hospital that we've been working on. This is a whole brand-new hospital with hundreds and hundreds of jobs, over 125 to 150 beds. It'll be a full-service one. We'll be able to have kids here. We'll be able to have mental health programs. It's just great seeing the advancement of the medical part. I'm also working on a third hospital option in the area that is pretty impressive, and as that gets a little more detail to it, I'll update you guys, but don't want to get too excited until we get this first meeting out of the way. But the fact that they want to meet is a very good sign that Flagler County is starting to get recognized all over the country. I want to mention that Finance is doing a Toys for Tots. I saw that and excited to see us helping the kids in the community bring toys up there and just donate them. I'm looking forward to doing that. Also did the Salvation Angel Tree where we pick a child and get toys. So been glad to do that to help kids through this summer, through this Christmas with this COVID going on. Roads, the River to Sea is taking any of next year's, I sent an email to you, Mr. Cameron, about next year's priorities. I really would like to get this traffic light situation or this road situation out here. As Commissioner Hanson stated with the sheriff coming in, that we're going to have a lot of traffic in here, and we need to have it safer coming in and out. I mean, I kind of close my eyes, hit the gas, and hope that I'm on the other side. That's a feeling you get. I really appreciate staff with the Plantation Bay. I'd like to do an appreciation lunch with everybody that worked on that, if I can, and if you can, I'll be glad to do something like that because I know we're not trying to eliminate Christmas events or big gatherings, but they really worked hard, and that helped a lot in my district, and I know the people are there very happy over there, which is all of our districts, but specializing in that one, I really like to do something like that for them. So if we can do that sooner than later. Noise out west, I'm continually getting, and it's the same people. It seems like it's isolated to one person. I don't know what we can do. I think that's something we need to look into or start taking into consideration. The gentleman has reached out to me again, and 5 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, that's really uncalled for, but it seems like it's all one specific neighbor. So I don't know if there's something we can do there. And then, I want to finish up with congratulating the Florida Gators. They're going to head to the SEC championship, and I wish them luck. I hope they bring back a SEC championship, and I hope they bring back a national championship. And really, all I can say is go Dogs. I mean, go Gators. That's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sullivan?
Yeah, just real quick, it's the Christmas season started now. I mentioned earlier about the Tourist Development Office is assisting Flagler Beach with the Starry Nights, light up Flagler Beach, bring business in, and did that really nice job on the pier, so it's worth going by to see that. Humane Society went out there, had their Christmas wreath sale over the weekend, and it's good to support. I just mentioned these, and I know Judy and the out at Cattleman's Hall on Saturday, we gave the gifts and toys to the children there. So I think for all of us, just to take part in the Christmas season and where you find good groups to support, it's a good time of year to do that, especially in COVID-19 going on. It's kind of sad that instead of the children getting out and seeing what they're getting, they have to stay in their car and all that kind of thing. So it's a good time for us to think about that and do what we can to support those groups. I wanted to, I know it was on the regular board we approved, but the capital improvement program, Jerry, that you've started here is really important. I've had a lot of complaints of places where we build something nice, and then 6 years later, it's going to rock and ruin, and there's no plan to fix it up. So I looked through that list, and I think it was a good thing we approved today, the new capital improvement program. And finally, it is December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day, and just always want to keep that in our memory of how big a deal that was and what we had to do to win World War II, which is actually bigger than COVID-19. Everybody says this is the worst thing that's ever happened to the country. I'd say World War II was at least as big. Okay, thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't have anything further, so with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We're adjourned. Thank you.
Hey, I'm having problems with my computer. No, it's not. Yeah, yeah, I know. I shut it down, I put it back on. It's up, but it's not, there's no sound. No, I'm not getting any bars. And the box is not going, box,
Let's not pick anything because it'll get canceled and shut down.
What meeting this morning?
he's already tried it and he's here.
He's gonna volunteer his.
What's their number?
Or here, I got one that's fresh and clean if you want it.
Yeah, can you call them?
What do we got to do, Donnie? One of us.
Copy over there.
Yes, I think just to, we're just going to hold off here a couple of minutes while we work out some computer issues, so bear with us.
Knows I had chili. You had me hungry for chili. You don't do a Rudy Giuliani. You don't do a Rudy Giuliani.
Here. What? I didn't hear him say anything.
I said go dogs. I did not mean to say it either.
I just saw.
Okay.
So maybe, I just unplugged it and replugged it, so maybe it will work now.
Okay.
So neat.
Make sure you're.
Oh, see, now the bars are showing.
Yep.
We're good. Oy. Good.
There we go, okay.
Don't break the equipment.
Sorry. All right, I'm going to call our Board of County Commissioners workshop for today, Monday, December 7th, for 1 PM to order. So I would ask you to join me in pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And as we do at every meeting, let's take a moment to think about, remember, and pray for our first responders, our law enforcement folks here in Flagler County, all the men and women of our great United States military that keep us safe and protected here and abroad. Okay, thank you. So welcome to our workshop, which is for today. The primary objective here is for us to go through our annual advisory board selection discussion and come to some sort of an agreement of all of us commissioners who's going to serve on different committees and advisory boards for the upcoming year. And then hopefully we get to agreement on that, and then we would adjourn the workshop and convene a special meeting to adopt those responsibilities. And I would just remind us that the workshops are a little bit more informal, so don't necessarily need to have recognition to speak. I think as long as we're all courteous, which we all are, we could just go through this and hopefully bang it out and get our opinions out and try to get these assignments taken care of. So anything you want to say with respect to that, Mr. Cameron, before I kick this off? Or?
No, sir.
Okay.
I do.
Yes, sir.
I probably feel it's important for us to have this meeting. Sometimes in the past, we've tried to do it without us all together. This way we can talk to each other and make sure we're kind of in agreement on it. But I think one thing we ought to look at is when you look at the various committee names, some committees meet and are very active, and they meet on a regular basis. And I think those committees are the ones we ought to look at first and kind of spread the wealth here so that one of the commissioners doesn't end up with all the committees that meet all the time, and then others are different kinds. So as we go through, I think we should just take that into consideration.
Well, I sort of agree with that, except that the ones that I'm on over on they meet regularly, and I need to be on those.
I don't
need
disagree.
to be on the A1A
I don't
guys.
disagree, but I
I
think
need to
we
be
ought
on the
to
A1A.
point that out as we make the
Yeah.
selections each
I
time.
mean, they meet regularly.
Right. Okay. I'm done.
Okay, so I'm just going to read through these. I'm just going to go down this list of
Okay.
the selections, and I think yes, there are. I agree with you, Commissioner. There are definitely ones that are more heavier volume in terms of responsibilities, and we should try to balance that out as best we can. And we do have to. We all have experience in doing some of these things, and we also have to fill in the blanks from Commissioner Erickson's responsibilities from the past. So.
Right.
Having said that, canvassing board, you and I, Commissioner Sullivan, have served on that for a while, and
Hanson just did it.
one of the two of us needs to stay on there, so I would think. And
Maybe one of us is prime and one of us is secondary.
okay, anybody have any other thoughts on that?
I just did it.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll take that. I was thinking, not canvassing board, I was thinking about the, never mind. I was thinking about the
Value adjustment.
Value Adjustment Board, but.
Oh, yeah,
correct.
yeah, no,
Canvassing
no.
Board, that's really a non-event this year, I guess,
Right.
because it's an off-election year, so I'll take that, and you want to be alternate?
I'll be alternate.
And we'll just leave it at that.
Okay?
Okay. Department of Juvenile Justice Council, have you had that in the past? Just speak up if you've had that.
I could do that one if nobody else.
The two go together?
We have a prime and an alternate.
No, but I mean between the Department
Oh,
of
yeah, the two,
Juvenile-
yeah. They
So
do.
you have two that should be done.
Same person.
The
Same
Juvenile
person.
Justice Circuit Advisory Council, yeah, you can put me there.
You want that?
That's fine. I can do that.
I don't have any problem with that.
That's been you and Commissioner Erickson in the past?
Has it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With, he was,
Head and I was alternate. That's fine.
Alternate.
Let's do that.
somebody want to be an alternate on that?
I can.
Good. Andy?
Andy, Dance, Commissioner Dance.
So we're going to do that for both of those? Is it, both of those need
Yeah.
an alternate?
4 and 5.
Okay.
Just have to give me advance notice, like not 5 minutes before you can't get there.
Well, I'm telling you now, there's 12 meetings I can't make.
Okay, next one's the Early Learning Coalition. Now, I have served on that coalition a long time, both as a commissioner and also as a business owner. And Commissioner Dance has also served as a school board member.
No, I'm actually the governor's appointee on the
Oh,
board,
okay.
so,
So you're still a governor's appointee?
yeah, until I, but they rotate with Volusia.
Right.
So the chairs rotate. I think.
Our representation, I think, holds until the end of 2021 from a commission standpoint.
Yeah.
So we probably just need to keep that the way it is.
Until you fall off, and then I can still be on there.
Yeah, and Volusia County would then be the voting member, because it rotates between us and Volusia County, so if you're okay, we could just continue it that way. You guys all right with that?
Yep.
Okay. So it would be me as the commission representative, and Commissioner Dance is on there anyway as a governor appointee.
So he can
So-
be our alternate.
And
If you don't make it, I can just report back anyway.
We would call you the alternate.
Yeah.
And we don't have any sunshine violations with that, do we, Mr. Adid?
There aren't any between a designee and an alternate.
Well, it's not an alternate situation. We're both actually active members, but from different appointment processes. And that board operates under sunshine.
Right,
so-
it would, yes, it would be, the sunshine would control in that circumstance.
Hmm.
The sunshine would control, in other words, you could not have discussions outside of that meeting.
But we could both we could both be on.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Okay. So Family Life Center, I know that's been something that Commissioner Erickson has served on that board for a while.
I could do that. If nobody else wants to.
I'm game.
You want to do it as a primary or a secondary?
Just need one.
Yeah, just need one on that one.
The ones I've marked out that I can't do because of conflicts are just the Affordable Care Housing Advisory Committee and the Transportation Disadvantage. Those I have conflicts with, so I've marked them out. But the others, I can do Family Life Center.
Why don't you do that one then? Do
Okay.
that. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. That in the past has been Commissioner Erickson for a while, and you, Commissioner Mullins, as alternate.
Does anybody want to do that, or I can step back in it?
Why don't you
Guess I'm
take it
back
as,
in it.
why don't you take it as primary? We need an alternate.
Okay, so we need an alternate.
Mm-hmm.
I can't, that's a
Oh, yeah,
conflict
you
for me.
can't.
I'll serve as alternate if we have to do that.
Okay.
So. Okay, the Library Board of Trustees, I know Commissioner Sullivan, you've done that for a while.
Right, here's my position. There's a couple, and that's an active committee, and we've got the possibility, the new library coming in. And then we have, there's two coming up that are important, and I'd like to, either one, or I'd like to stay on tourists, because we didn't do much this year on tourists. So I would like to give up the Library Board of Trustees, which is it's a good one. And there's a reason for me to say that, is that it screws me up with another organization I'm in, the Navy League, where I'm a national director, and the meetings conflict. So if somebody would like, instead of me, to be the library board, I'd be happy to give that one up, provided.
I don't mind doing that. I'm interested, I support the library.
Right, and it's an active group now. What?
No,
That's fine.
I don't think it's
you'll-
fun. I mean, I think it's
good.
important. We're getting ready to build a new library.
Yes, no, that's of interest to me, and I used to chair economic development, and we don't have that any longer, so, I
Maybe
can,
you can get a library bill.
okay. All right,
Okay.
so I'm going to pencil myself in there.
All right, you're prime there.
All right, next one is,
You need an alternate? I can do that.
We don't really need.
No?
No,
No,
I don't think, I'm not on that one, because it's right here, and it's with our staff,
All right.
it's pretty straightforward.
the only ones we normally need an alternate on is where there's a mandatory, I think, membership
Okay.
needed from the county. All right, so next one is TDC, and that's normally chair or designee. I really don't have any interest
Dave, you ought to
in
do
wanting
that
to do
again.
that. No
Well,
offense,
I'd like
Amy,
to
it's nothing.
stay that for a year, and you could be,
He didn't really.
because I didn't do much
I would
this
take
day.
it, but
Okay.
Dave, you do it.
Y'all-
I'm sorry.
No, I would like to do it, and Greg would like. So I would like to do it since I'm giving up the library board.
Yeah.
You know,
okay,
as-
all right.
But I think having an alternate might be appropriate there, because it deals with the other people in and around the,
Well, if we need an alternate, I'd be glad to be the alternate.
Okay.
That's fine.
all right.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, next, oops, sorry.
Next two are Greg.
But next
Yep.
two are mine.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
hold
easy.
on now.
Well, I knew that was coming, so. You know, that's a good example of why we only have to have one, because way back when we started, it was about a 2-month period before you became chair, and I started going A1A, because it's in my, and then we quickly came to the conclusion.
Can't do it.
We can't do it.
All right, next is the George Washington Carver Center Governance Board. Again, that's something that Commissioner Erickson had done for a while.
I can do that as well. Has a lot of ties to the school.
Yes, sir. Good call.
Okay.
What is that?
And next one is the,
DTM NER, I would
Yeah.
like that one.
yeah, okay, Commissioner.
Gotcha on that one.
I wouldn't mind the next one, Florida Regional.
Okay, that's Northeast Regional Council, and that one, again, is a requirement, so I think we normally have a,
I'd like to be
Alternate on
an
that.
alternate on that. 'Cause I've been
Yeah, I
doing
feel
it.
like we didn't get to do it this year because of the COVID, and they,
So I'd be the,
you guys
if you
okay
want
with
it,
that?
I'd be the
Yeah.
alternate.
All right, so we got Commissioner Mullins on that with an alternate from Commissioner Sullivan.
I feel over.
Public Safety Coordinating Council, again, that's a chair and designee. I'm open to letting somebody else do that other than the chair, so somebody raise their hand. I'll do it by default if nobody else wants to or can't. All right. Hearing no one? I'll do it.
Kicked off last year.
Okay. All right, next is the River to Sea TPO.
I'd like to do that again if it's up to you. We rotated that in workforce. So I just don't feel like we did anything this year with them because of COVID.
I'm totally fine not doing that.
Okay, I'll do it then.
Commissioner Dance, you want to,
Yeah, I can switch over. I was the school board rep, so I can
That's good.
fully familiar with what they're doing.
so you wanted one?
Does any two?
Yeah.
Need
so-
two.
So you two,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay?
Yeah. We got to have two for it. That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah, because he does a lot with the roads
You need a
anyway.
prime?
So,
Yes, we need a prime, there needs to be a primary designation and an alternate.
What do you want, Joe? Want to be alternate or prime?
it doesn't matter to me, honestly. It's,
If the meetings are in Daytona, and if they start going back to regular meetings, that's the only thing that's a little bit, can be cumbersome sometimes, but I probably should do the next one unless somebody wants to do it, but
let's look at what is.
I'm good at,
All right, so I'm going to designate
Let me be the prime.
Commissioner
then.
Mullins, you're going to be the
All right, I'll be
primary on the
second, yeah.
TPO, and Commissioner Dance, you'll be the secondary, or alternate. All right, School Planning Oversight Committee, well, Commissioner Sullivan and I have been on that committee for 4 years and not once had
Yeah.
attended a meeting.
Right, I think that's important under certain circumstances with proportionate fair share that that meeting occurs.
Okay? So, you want to do that?
I'm good,
Commissioner?
yeah.
You want to be on that?
I
with
could
them?
be alternate.
All right, that's good. And we have Small County Coalition,
I'd like to do that.
and I'm going to do that with you.
That's 2. Right?
Town and Marine Land
That's
CRA
Hanson and
Board.
O'Brien.
I'd like to do that.
Yes.
The
yeah.
Small County Coalition was Hanson and O'Brien.
Yes. And then the
Okay.
CRA Board for
me.
Marine Land is
Yep.
Commissioner Hanson. Transportation Disadvantage Local Coordinating Board.
I can't do that one.
No, I haven't done anything like that. I've been
Commissioner
doing
Erickson's done that in the past.
I did it for 2 years, or first 2
this-
years.
Is it a Bowen organization? They have,
It's a 5-minute meeting.
well, I don't mind doing it. I mean, I just thought to give me something else to do.
Done.
All right.
I was going to say, write it quick
Well, I'm just looking down.
Yeah, get it on there quick.
Right.
before he changes his mind.
Okay, the Value Adjustment Board, that's the one I was confusing in the beginning there. So that's something that you and I, Commissioner, have done for a while.
Right,
So
we
I'm
just
I'm fine in stepping off of that if you want to.
Does that meet regularly?
About 4 times a year.
4 times a
I
year.
can do it.
And you only have it, they switch it every year, like, the chair. So you need 2. You need 2 there. I don't mind staying with that. Greg, you want to?
You want to do it, Greg, or I can, either way?
It's either way.
Doesn't matter to me.
I'll try it. Let me try it.
Okay.
I'll give it a shot.
So me and Greg.
So you all have to decide who's going to be the chair. on
Yeah,
that one.
yeah.
I think I'm the current chair.
You're the
now.
current chair.
So I have to finish out the term.
Yep.
Which is almost done anyway.
Right, right.
Okay, the Workforce Development Board, that's Career Source. Commissioner Mullins and I have served on that board for a while in the past.
You want to do it again?
I wouldn't mind,
Is there an alternate to it?
yes.
All right, let me alternate because I'm on the national one, so I don't
Well,
get
then,
time.
if you want to do this,
Let me alternate, I'll do alternate with you, and that way I can
okay,
help contribute, but I don't. I just-
okay. All right, that looks like a pretty good distribution.
Got too much. Andy, you want some more?
Joe says, I got too much.
Who said that?
Joe. What don't you want, Joe?
We're going to have the big load.
Which one are you going to get rid of, Joe?
Yeah, that's a pretty good distribution, the way we did it, so.
I'm
that-
your alternate on a few, so don't worry about calling me if you can't make it.
We
Feel
can just
free.
flip. There's 2 on there that, but I don't think they meet that often.
All right.
So we can flip those and see. That's fine.
So that,
I think we'll work good together with them.
Joe, you got the lightest load. Come on. You only got 5.
Yeah. I'm not making that mistake again.
so did we cover all of these?
We did.
Yes, we did, okay.
And just so you're aware, the conflict that I have on there is I'm going to continue to chair the Community Traffic Safety Team. And that's the same time as those 2 that weren't, that I couldn't attend.
That's a good meeting, too.
So,
Okay, with going through that, anything else, Commissioners?
Well, I have been on the Heritage Committee, and it does meet once in a while. As an example, the little park in Bunnell was funded out of that group. That might pick up again. I guess if it picks up again, I could go to the meeting, and then if it looks like it's going to be something more, turn it over to somebody else. But that group has potential tied into tourist development and things like that. That could be good. The lady who was running it was sick, and it kind of put it aside in COVID, you can't do things. But it involves children and all kinds of different things, the little brick road. And it kind of ties into the whole historical
that's
stuff
pretty cool.
going on.
It's not on
Chair.
here?
It's not on here, but because it doesn't meet, tends not to meet on a regular basis.
Okay, yes, sir.
Just something to think about. We used to have a commissioner on the Ag Museum Board. And then because I was on it.
Right.
I did it. I really enjoyed that. But then your predecessor, Jerry, decided it was getting a little political, and he pulled us off of that. He took the commissioner off. I was wondering if maybe we want to go back and do that
Mike did
again.
it for a
I
while.
think we have Tim Telfer on it.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's good, yeah.
But we could go to it, couldn't we?
Well,
Well, yeah.
it's a little political.
It's very political, yeah.
If you've been involved with it at the Ag Center, it's always been,
They're always dealing with Tallahassee on
I'm
funding.
on the Rural Affairs Council, so that's one of the things I want to help is bring more attention to the Ag Center. But I can just go to it. I don't mind going to
I
it.
think it might be a good idea. I think we ought to have, if Tim's there, that's good, but it wouldn't hurt to have a commissioner on there.
Okay, well,
I think that that's kind of a hidden asset. I mean, we are the official state agricultural
Right.
museum.
Right.
But it really doesn't get all of the attention that it needs. We're working on trying to merge it more with the extension services, with Melanie
Why don't you put
and Kara.
I don't mind going on that and helping.
yeah. Jerry, just so you know, there's a lot of history there, and it goes back to the Cattlemen's Association and things like when we turned over the 60 acres more to the Ag Center out of the land we own out there, and then Palm Coast is involved to a degree in that. It's a really big asset we have, and I think your point is well taken. I'm tending to think we should maybe have a commissioner as there. Not that Tim can't do it, but we come at it from a different perspective. We can look at it more from the community political side of things.
What you would need to do in that case is make a recommendation to them because it's their decision who they put on the board.
I mean, they're doing a lot of stuff out there now.
They are making good progress out
Yeah,
there.
they've got a good, that lady that's running it.
Right.
She's got her stuff together. Yep.
well, really, at this point, without having an official seat on the board, we should just have, one of us commissioners needs to volunteer to go to the meetings and keep us,
That works.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
You got to find out when the meetings are, though. I mean, somebody's got to tell you.
Okay. So, Commissioner, you mentioned the Heritage Crossroads. There's one other committee that I think, it's the Artificial Reef Technical Advisory Committee. And when they have in-person inspections at that reef, I think, Commissioner Mullins, that should be a primary responsibility for you.
Yeah, I got some extra dive weights he can use.
Yes.
I like it.
Okay, so since we're done with our discussion, I'm going to open this up for public comment. Anyone from the public wish to make a comment regarding our assignments or anything related to them? Seeing no one approach the podium, we'll close public comment. I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
Second.
And then I will ask that we, let's see, where are we? Call our special meeting to order, which is following our workshop, and I'll call us to order on that. That's our special meeting of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners for today, Monday, December 7, 2020. And our primary objective here, Commissioners, is to, I guess, approve our advisory board selections as we've determined them. So before that, I'll entertain any public comment. Come on forward, sir. Just come to the mic and please state your name, sir.
Sorry, hi, Chris Martin. I was just interested at the start when you swore allegiance to the flag. Are you guys aware that that's not actually the American flag, having the yellow rim around it?
Sir, we're limiting comments here to our advisory board selections that we've just made.
Oh, really? Okay, right.
and-
Well,
and-
sorry, I just figured that was quite an important
Okay.
part of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And also having the spear on top of the flags. Do you know what that signifies?
Sir, we're not having this dialogue now, sir,
But you
okay?
do know what it means. You're at war. And you surrender when you have a yellow rim around the flag. So that's not the American flag.
All right. Anyone else from the public have any comment? Seeing no one approach the podium, I'll entertain a motion for approval of our advisory board selection.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve our advisory board selection slate.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor of approving our advisory board selections, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. I'll
Move we adjourn.
Second, we're adjourned. Thank you.
We have a event, right, going on right now?
We have to go.
The parking lot?
We have to go toast the parking.
3 o'clock.